Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here kind of on Victoria 3's release weekend for Pivot of Empire. That's not Pivot of Empire, that's Pivot of Empire. Which is for the most part, the DLC is applied to India, but there's a whole bunch of stuff on the free patch as well. Welcome, everyone. We are having a little vote as to what we do. Ethiopia run, please. Thank you so very much for the $5 Yankees fan. We remembered. I feel like you don't actually even like Ethiopia, you just like watching me suffer. And that the Ethiopia run request is no different than like a Sokoto run request in essence. Other than the Big Daddy Tuodros. I really wish that Tuodros, who's a unique character that spawns in Ethiopia and effectively makes Ethiopia have the biggest top end for military possible, because he has plus 30 offense, and so there's no one else with an even remotely analogous trait. Other than that, it's just playing pure suffering. Form Central Europe is Super Germany. You can annex Dutch, I assume that's Belgians, Swiss, and Italians peacefully. We can do everything peacefully. Also, did you notice the change to annexing subjects? I did notice the change to annexing subjects. I thought I mentioned it in my video. I might not have. Yeah, so you get the infamy no matter what, which I think is fit, or not the infamy, you get the negative relations no matter what when annexing subjects, which I think is great, because the play pattern of, like, it shouldn't be a dice roll that is, like, so impactful, and so they took out the dice roll. Sikh Empire or Hindustan run. I have a feeling those will be relatively high. We could do that. I have a feeling they'll be relatively high variance. If they're really high variance, then that means we'll have to reload or restart a lot, which is generally a little bit disruptive. Yeah. What a great mod. Yeah, it is a pretty good mod. I do like watching you suffer. Yeah, that was what I suspected, is the thing. Could we have a run where you explain what to build and when? Should be useful for a new player. We could. I have plans to do that on Spain a little bit. There's a lot of videos I want to make, but like I have to make them one at a time. Such is the way of things. I can't make videos simultaneously. I wanted to do that as a Spain run for a long time, but now there's other stuff I want to do. What about a Brazil run? Brazil. Brazil could be interesting with the new discrimination mechanics, especially with Brazil was one of the countries we thought would be pretty interesting to do content for before. The other one was, we were thinking maybe Sweden would be like kind of the most entertaining to go fascist on because they have a really good PB bonus, but honestly, EIC has a better PB bonus. We could try and play EIC a little bit more optimally than what we're doing in the run, where we're not breaking free of Great Britain ASAP, which is almost certainly the way to go. I think your mic is desynced. Oh no. Test. 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 This is my headset. I know this is back to the mic. Hopefully swapping the settings back and forth helped. You mentioned it in the video? Yeah. I thought I did. It's really, it's tough to remember to mention everything. I'm doing a Japan round. Japan is so chill. We could do Japan. We are going to do Jewish Japan as soon as we crawl on our knees to the person who made the mod for us, and we didn't play the mod on the patch that they made it for us. We crawl on our knees to them and say, please, please, please update the mod. For a new start, we need loud cars, please. Well, loud cars means... if we need loud cars, then we should continue the USA run. You're already doing the EIC for YouTube videos. Sikh Hindustan feels too similar. That's kind of what I was thinking. And I'd almost rather do actual EIC to, like, see the difference. It's not desynced. What's PB? So the PB bonus, we can quickly show it. What is a PEB bonus? PB is referring to the intergroup petite bourgeoisie. And in particular, manufacturing industry's throughput is an insano bonus. You know what's interesting is Spain might have the best company of the game now. Have we done Dynam? I don't think we have. Japan, Prussia, France. Those seem like good choices. Good choices. Other than we will be doing Japan really kind of soon. We could try and start as France, and then try and see what we can do with the bankroll meta. I hate a meta. I hate going to like big sweaty wars constantly, to be honest. And that might be what the metagame calls for. It also might just be the abuse Russia meta. Persia or New Ottomans. But France would be, you know, a fairly high power to test on. Just to humiliate and war rep everyone. Alaska is a really good industrialist by having 0 traits. Alaska has a unique industrialist. Wait, what? How about an expansion of CSA? Well, we just did USA. I don't want to do CSA. We even named our USA. I would rather continue our USA run than start a new run and push CSA specifically. Hawaii for the devout ideology. They have like an industrialist one, right? Win is an Indian miner. The Indian miner could be interesting. The devout bonus on... I had like no idea this was in for like the longest time. What was it again? The 5% company throughput bonus. Wait. No, it's not that. It's that they have laissez-faire, right? It's not the bonus, it's the... Oh, it's... Yeah, you said ideology. My lizard brain saw bonus. Start as Denmark? Pain. Denmark might be one of the weakest European countries to play as, other than... I mean, I guess you get to form Scandinavia, but... Is, what's his name still in the game? We could also play as a releasable. We could play as Manchuria, finally. You did CSA already? Basically. We got a boop. But Stream Elements has not been cooperative. We could play as a releasable. One I've wanted to play for a while. Never wins any votes ever. Manchuria. Just very resource dense for what you're like getting into, and now has an absolute enormous amount of gold, but probably a really tough situation overall. But you get all these resources, a ton of logging, you know, not too many pops. You know, 14 million. Okay, it's a pretty big amount of pops, but these places start out really unpopulated. They have all the gold. Russia would be cool. Persia. Montenegro is the weakest European. That's probably correct. Like, this has the absolute smallest economy at game start, but you can form Germany eventually. Somehow, maybe. But Monty has, like, no prospects that are, like, positive, really. And you're landlocked. And you're just slightly bigger. Yeah. Inconsequentially bigger. Russia sounds pretty good. Kingdom of Heaven. Trick out your Twitch dono? Okay, that's what it was. I reloaded it because it didn't register. Russia, please? Alright, we have a dono for Russia. Russia will definitely be in the vote. Russia actually sounds pretty good to me as well. We said that before we saw the Twitch dono. Because I'm actually keen on... I don't know what percentage of Russia's pops are, like, discriminated against and this type of thing. You can release New York and play as them. Can you? The Ottomans received a massive buff. What was the buff? Ottomans sound pretty good too. France, no cheese run. I think cheese operates on a spectrum, right? The thing is, Hadanise doesn't release everything. It just releases, like, inland. Did you mean intentionally provoke a separatist movement? See, we don't get the whole thing. Nationalist Russia? Cheese is part of France, bro. You can't do that. Alright, let's start getting a straw poll together. What we're gonna do. We'll make Russia one of them. We'll make Ottomans one of them. That's not straw poll. Damn it, type form. We typed straw poll into the thing. Ooh, play. Make it ranking poll. We'll put in Russia. We will put in Ottomans. Ottomans also have the best culture. Which is funny. We'll put in Manchuria. It's never gonna win, but we can dream. I suppose we will put in Ethiopia. Although we could put in one that's like similar enough, but isn't exactly Ethiopia. Why don't we put in Ethiopia or Sokoto runoff? And then we need maybe one more option. Play as California Republic. We could maybe do that. Would like to see you start in a small country, see how you burn up. Build up. Persia has a habit of getting day one decked by Great Britain on this patch. You could maybe play as Persia. Or, sorry, maybe play into being a subject. Being a protectorate is not too bad. I mean, being a protectorate of Great Britain is actually probably, like a generally positive thing. Especially if you're unrecognized. You're, like, pretty far away from being able to form your own bloc and, like, build it up. Netherlands or Belgium? I actually like that idea. We'll make Belgium the last choice. We're not going to make Korea choice, because Korea, is too similar to, in my opinion, Korea is too similar to Manchuria. That might somehow be offensive. I'm sorry, did I stutter? I don't know. Did I say Ethiopia or something similar? No, but I would suffer playing Sokoto, too. Here. So we got 8 points for Russia. That's the fail-safe, Yankees fan. By making putting Sokoto runoff in here, I get to appease the Ethiopia agitation, but actually probably be very unlikely to play Ethiopia. Nothing is similar to Ethiopia. No, Circassia is. Actually, well, like, Circassia is similar in one way, and Sokoto is similar in another way. They're similar in different ways. Greetings from Poland. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but greetings. Your name looks very Polish. Russia's pretty far out in front. Manchuria could never win a poll. It's impossible. Isn't the voting template no one knows how to use? That's the one. You rank them. No Russia plays Egypt. Oh, Egypt would be interesting too. They start out as a subject now. Maybe if Ottomans wins, we'll do Ottomans Egypt runoff. I feel like you did a few Russia runs already. I mean, generally speaking, people like to see kind of a lot of the GPs fairly often. Russia also sounds... I think Russia is the GP we haven't played on in the longest time. We did a Russia... the last time we played Russia was the release of the last patch. And we did it as our, like, release stream, I think. The the results mirroring the initial lineup is pretty sus. Do we actually have to redo the poll? You can't vote with VPunk. Did everyone fail like the straw poll voting system? Should we not use the rank poll? Okay, we won't use it. We'll make another poll where it's not ranking. How about that? And then we'll add Egypt as the secondary option to the Ottomans. And we'll say that if there's a runoff between Sokoto and Ethiopia, Sokoto needs at least 60% of the votes. How about that? And we'll just make it regular. We'll just make it multiple choice. And we will do that instead. Poll for a new poll, basically. So, watch it be like exactly the same as this. Hey, look, it's very similar. Except for Belgium's. No one's rolling for Ethiopia. Yankees fan must be AFK. Oh, there he is. We found him. Literacy isn't high enough for ranked voting, to be honest. Oh no, the truth hurts. Did I just prove to myself that ranked choice isn't a great voting system? Basically. I really appreciate what you do. Struggling with Russia qualifications. Universities don't work. Would be fantastic to see how you manage it without abdication and others. Well, abdication kind of sucks now. Or, like, it seems significantly worse. May as well add Ethiopia to the Ottomans because they're similar or something. Oh, we forgot to write in Egypt as the secondary on Ottomans. I guess you have to be listening to the chat or to the things. If it's just between two, we will do a runoff. The idea behind the ranking poll is you can avoid the runoff. And I guess we can't have nice things. Too big to rig. That sounds true. It'll be nice to see him do this another Sokoto run after all the changes since last run. Last run was in like 1.2. That was so long ago. The system doesn't use true ranked voting, so don't criticize for this. That's fair. Democracy is saved. Russia is in the lead. Russia is in the lead. It's a bit unfair because it's almost running against two countries, except it actually is. Ottomans and Egypt. Russian interference in the poll? Oh no. Oh no. Well, I think it's clear that Russia and Ottomans are out in front, so let's make another poll for a runoff on those. Also, I don't know what the discrimination... Russia is going to be a lot harder without abdication. So, like, one of the reasons why Russia is much more manageable on 1.7 is you can just abdicate a whole bunch. But now you can't. Or you can, but it doesn't change your laws as much. I don't know exactly what you do. What you need to do is add a generalist picks option and then pick Ethiopia. But I would probably pick Manchuria. I don't... Be aware that Ottomans are apparently bugged with the tax mechanic, applying it to all citizens, including Muslims, leading to massive famines. That sounds like it might be more entertaining than necessarily bad. I appreciate the ranked full, but I tried to vote without reading first, like any good American would. Yeah, I was elected to lead, not to read. Game feels like it's easy mode with Russia. Well, that's fair. That's the exact reason why I want to see you playing Russia with no previous 1.7 cheese, basically. I'm also curious how to manage that, though, and this type of thing. Try Persia? No, we're not going to be in the Persia streets. I don't like it when it's 50-50. Any GP feels easy mode? Yeah. Unless you do what we did in our Austria run, then it actually feels like a struggle. Oh my god. That run is so painful. We'll probably be starting to publish episodes of that next week. Do landed voting to decide what to play. Just ask people to input a value of how much their land is worth, and we just like add up all the values. Russia LARP, famine for everyone. Not everyone, right? Just a few select areas. No cheese run is basically just slow build up. Feel the Ottomans because watching a lot of Turkish street food shorts. I do be a little hungry. It looks like maybe we set a timer here because it looks pretty 50-50-ish. So I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. Maybe that's too much time. Maybe it's too little time. Democracy takes a while. You guys might have to research which country you'd rather see. I like Russia here because then we don't have to have another vote. Do wealth voting only members? If it was wealth voting, we would do Russia. Biggest dono on Russia. My land is worth 1 uncentillion. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. Wealth voting. We need to do more voting on the Patreon. Those poor Patreon members. I've done them. I haven't done anything for them in a while. It is a $1 membership, which is the absolute floor that I could put it on, but on very low literacy, buildings that drive SOL are better than unis to create qualifications. Literacy is the base qualifications and only uni. Well, like, one thing I want to try with the wood, or with Russia, is see if the wood company can pop off now. That's too much. This is Nike's fan, or Yankees fan. Alright, let's make it 2 minutes from now, which is effectively 3 minutes. So, which for you is effectively 1.5 minutes. Biggest dono in Ethiopia? Nope. There was a bigger dono for Russia. Ruskov gave $10 for Russia. The biggest donation this session. We need the Electoral College to stop the will of the masses. Yeah, what we need is an enlightened dictator. Not me, though. The Iraqi Marxist, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Holy snapples, there's a lot of you guys in here. I was expecting this to not match the release day stream. It's giving everyone loves the democracy, though. Really, they come here for the democracy, and then they stay for the Victoria 3. Something like this. Guys, Ottomans are better. Better than what? Looks like Russia's in good shape here. I will tear my hair out if it's a tie. You probably already answered this, but will you make a beginner's guide anytime soon? I was planning on doing very beginnersy guides. I was thinking actually of taking today off streaming to work on beginner's guides because I really wish. I'm frustrated a little bit because I tried to ask the community managers if there would be a free week because I was suspecting there might be sometime soon because I wanted to make a bunch of beginner tutorials for the free week. And then they didn't let me know, which is fair because they didn't want to spill the beans or this type of thing. But I would have had like a half dozen like beginner tutorials ready. I would have had a bunch of beginner tutorials ready if I had known, because that's when I get like the biggest influx of like new viewers, I think, on tutorials. All right, who's winning right now? Russia by 1 vote. All right, sounds good. Democracy has succeeded. We stopped the vote. We stole the stop. People counting you for gamer stats? Well, we're kind of in figuring it out mode right now. Currently. with the new patch, and the new patch kind of turning a lot of stuff on its head. Like 1.7 probably didn't change the metagame as much. I mean, it layered the entire new power blocks mechanic, but a lot of the stuff that was good in 1.6 was still good in 1.7. You know. Friendship is the lab cars we met along the way. True. True if big. That's first past the post for you. Yeah, basically. That's the power of democracy. Literally every single one of your guys' votes matter if you voted for Russia. If you voted for the Ottomans, it was all for naught. Alright, let's see if we have agitator potential. We can't divide these because I think you have to have... They must have our state religion while we're on state religion law. Okay. So we're gonna try and... We're gonna do a lot of hmming. I think that we will want to bolster the... that's not an abolitionist movement, that's an absolutist movement. Oh no, do we not have a movement that is reasonably geared towards... So racial segregation is something we would want to pass. These other three movements don't seem good for us. I think bolstering a movement from the start is going to be good. So I think we're going to bolster them. It feels like it's going to take a few hundred hours to re-understand the meta. Yeah, especially because the bankroll meta was just so powerful, and it just should make a tutorial on enabling YouTube membership. I really should. I really should. We have this conversation every stream. I know Sokoto's out the race, but how would you approach it? I mean, I don't know what I would necessarily do super different on Sokoto. Is this roleplay or try-hard mode? This is us trying to figure out how to play correctly on this patch a little bit mode. And specifically leaning into some of the systems. I think we probably want to bolster the Polish national movement. At least for now. Because we can make more agitator moves if we unlock more agitators. I'm not really sure. Can you get Romanov on this patch? I'm not sure how we get Romanov in charge, because they've significantly reduced a lot of the tools. Early corn laws is the best strat for Russia. That makes sense. Let's see. Well, let's break this back as well. Early corn laws here. And then let's put in interests in a way that makes a lot of sense. It's super nice that we get to put in the South German interest so that if they rev, we can do something. We could also put in the Great Plains interest, which is also nice. Going for them is early is probably going to be our kind of first war. Other than maybe the first war is actually decking on Qing. I don't think research, I think it's still Atmo Engine. The other thing I was thinking about is, man, maybe you're supposed to research, oh wait, sorry, Stock Exchange into Atmo Engine, but maybe you're supposed to do stuff like research empiricism or this type of stuff, if it allows you to spawn new movements. Feels like player growth was hit very hard this patch, almost none, almost more than 1.5. What do you mean? Player growth? I'm not sure I follow. Travel is playing Vic3 multiplayer. Are nationalist movements international? No. Export grain as much as possible, then eventually, once it gets around 2%, Turn all the grain PMs down. Do we start with the second grain PM? Yuck. Can we reset this? We don't want this filtering. No. Alright. By building type, kind of the base one. But yeah, the Cordia laws used to be super ubiquitous, then it kind of fell off. Now it might be, like, more ubiquitous again. Didn't fall off that hard, to be honest, though. So we don't have the secondary PM. We can, do maintain single crop on all of them, though, to produce more grain, and then produce less grain by switching it off. And we can turn on harvesting tools, and then turn harvesting tools off. Something like this. Don't know if we'll be able to start using that PM right away. We don't even have philosophy department unlocked. Shout out to us. We might... here. We're gonna do focused hardwood, or... I kind of hate the PM being more efficient. Yeah, they didn't update this. The PM is more efficient on focused hardwood production than it is on the middle one. So you don't want to do the middle one, except for, like, you kind of want to do it for mappy reasons. It would be a little bit better. But instead, bifurcating them between hardwood and softwood focuses is going to be better. I'm trying to remember, in general, the places that we know we're going to build up taller and are probably going to have more furniture manufacturers, we're trying to do the hardwood one, so we can pass on. The other ones we're more likely to be feeding our trade routes, so we're going to do the other one. You can't run very high taxes anyway, or get bankrolls. Your income is literally half what it would have been last patch. Yeah, so you may enable fruit production. Got it, yeah. Parallel thinking there. Free weekend to play as well. Yeah, new to the channel. Yeah, so maybe we should focus a little bit more on beginner stuff. You can't run very high taxes anymore or get multiple bankrolls. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the USA run was quite a bit slower. I do think you want to run minimum wages, though, there. But, like, we're not, like, rolling in the dough at game start here. I think that's just because we put in a bunch of trade routes. Let's import sugar for the time being, because we have none of it now. And then we'll import silk as well. And then import fruit, but just a little bit. Something like this. What's the goal for Russia? We don't have a specific goal in mind, more so just trying to trying to figure out new meta a little bit more. Military does work in this game because, how does the military work in this game? Because they changed so much from when I started playing. Well, now the armies will have specific locations. As short as possible, if you just use armies that are half infantry, half artillery, that's like the very shortest, like, kind of introduction we could possibly give. But landings are still really powerful. We have a reformer here at game start. Is there much we could get done here? Like, realistically speaking. I'm not sure what laws we should go for the start. I guess colonization's kind of the layup sort of law. Charity hospitals isn't too bad. Also, if... Let's do a resettlement, if we can. I don't think it's necessary for us to float a whole bunch of bureaucracy. I think we instead kind of want to spend it. I do think we want to relocate the capital as well. We're going to look to relocate the capital to one of these mappy states. I think Rostov is the best state, if I recall correctly, unless they've changed something up. It being on the coast is actually no longer important, because your capital can rev anyways. So we do need to reevaluate what state has the most arable land and a river bonus. So that's kind of what the Volga River has a river bonus. The Don River has a river bonus, and I think the Dnieper River also has a river bonus. So I guess it's just this kind of heartland region. We're going to come into here, and we're going to sort by grain, and we're going to sort by potentials. And whichever is the greenest, the absolute greenest thing. So 3.6k, it looks like Yaroslav's got 3.7k. Are you on the river, my friend? You are on the river. Tula also... Oh, no, wait. Where was the other one? So Tula and Yaroslav. Oh, but Tula's not on the river. So this looks like it might be the best place for our capital. 185. We could do it in a couple of spots along this river. I don't think necessarily... Well, we'd kind of like to have a place with maybe a little bit more iron than this, but 6 iron's something. Don't give Alaska to the Americans. Trade routes killing the bureaucracy. Yeah, but we'll get rid of them. After we do plus 25% grain. Police is greater than pro-army and colonial resettlement. I don't know. I think getting started is going to be good. Yaroslav, that's so cursed. What's cursed about moving the capital over here? we could see if there's another place that's somewhat close. So Yaroslav, Tambov, and Kiev are all going to be really good. Kiev is going to have pretty good resources. We see Tambov has a little bit more iron, but I don't think we can move the capital to Kiev. We could also just, like, move the capital to Moscow or whatever, just for the, like, theminess perspective. I do think the arable land consideration is going to be, it's going to be bad on that front. Why not Moscow? So we're moving it to a place with more arable land. Moscow wouldn't be terrible. I don't know if we... I think it's, for every arable land, you have 250k pops before you hit the malice for overcrowding. So 250 times 60. I should really just actually do this. Is 15,000, and that's 15,000 thousands. So at 15 million pops, Moscow will start getting overpopulated. No Kiev, bro, you. Yeah, the truth hurts. So at 15 million pops, Moscow will start getting an overpopulated malice, which I think reduces birth rate. Which 15 million is a number you can hit. Like 20 or 30 million, maybe you're not hitting that anyways. So we would probably want something with at least 100 arable land to move the capital to. And so if we take a look here, we're going to want a bit more than 1.2k, but a lot of these places along the river we could move it to, the capital to. And maybe let's take a look at, gold or iron potentials. Because this is going to be the second one early on that is going to really be nice. So, Kursk I don't think is on the river. I think we don't have a lot of arable land here. We don't. Also, I think Kursk, we might not even be able to move the capital to. We can. Kursk maybe makes more sense. It's on the Don River. It would be nice early on in Kursk, because I think that New Russia Limited, which we're going to try and slot in, we're going to try and play with the companies like the old way, but New Russia Limited is going to be the second company we slot in. And so having that headquartered in Kursk, while that's the capital, is kind of appealing. I believe that this does require region Kharkiv. Isn't... What now? I thought Kharkiv... Do I just not have eyes? So... Is Kursk Kharkiv, or do I not have eyes? Or Kharkov is Kharkiv? Kharkov's probably Kharkiv. Does this place have the river bonus? This place has the river bonus as well. But do they have over 100 arable land? They do. So maybe Kharkov... Is Kharkov as Kharkiv? Kursk is one of the few silver with pops to start with. Kharkov, I guess. Kharkov is Kharkiv. Okay. What's wrong with St. Petersburg? St. Petersburg has the same... They have less arable land than Moscow, even. And they don't have iron. We'd kind of rather have iron. And the thing is a bunch of financial districts are going to appear wherever we select as well. So I kind of like Kharkov here. Or Kharkiv. Yaroslav for the memes. Have you seen the Vicky 3 now has a 75% rating on Steam? Really? Interesting. So... I think I like the capital here. Just because we're going to stack more ownership here. I've struggled to find good strategies. How would you go about spreading your culture on the map? How you make English, Danish? How to maximize assimilation, migration? Well, one of the things is this is going to involve kind of digging into this stuff a little bit, which we can do a little bit. But in particular, if you notice, allows assimilation. Most of these do not allow assimilation for high acceptance. So you have to find something that will slightly not accept the pops. So here it allows assimilation and cultural erasure. And so if you want to assimilate from European or English to Danish, which you can, because you can assimilate European heritage to European heritage, then you have a 40 mil capital in Yaroslav in 1902. Maybe we should do Yaroslav then. But you need to discriminate somewhat in order to do a lot of assimilation, because if you go multiculturalism, you're not going to assimilate shit. It allows assimilation on these things, but generally speaking, if your pops are in homelands, well, I guess you'll assimilate a little bit if your pops are not... Well, no, you'll assimilate pops that don't share a cultural or heritage. No, you won't assimilate really on multiculturalism at all. I was going to say you'll assimilate... You will... Second-class citizen, the threshold for this is 60 to 80. And the only pops that'll be 60 to 80 you won't share a heritage trait with anyway, so you won't be able to assimilate. So I think you would probably want to be on national supremacy, or maybe even ethno-state, to maximize assimilation. No Danish England. Pops in their homeland do not assimilate. I don't know, they might have changed that. They changed obsessions, or they stay the same? No, they're more likely to spawn now. So, I kind of like Kharkov here, though. It doesn't quite have as much arable land as Yaroslav, but I think the start will overall be a little bit better. I think that they also have a agriculture bonus. Not that we would want to build a ton of agriculture here, but we were noticing in the USA game that food security was a little bit harder in our more developed regions. Can we play as fascist Jews? We can try. To be fair, the Sephardim is the best, you know, talking about having the best culture, they can assimilate both Europeans and Middle Eastern. So let's move the capital to Kharkov. And then let's start by building a few construction sectors, swapping on iron frame buildings, setting this as an import prioritization and importing from many people. And things look not so good for us already. Let's put in some consumption taxes. God, this doesn't offset that at like all. If we went high taxes, no, it's not really making that big a difference. God, what are we spending so much money on? Goods for military buildings. Military wages. Did they increase this? Or is it because we have to pay more to them because we're on like national supremacy state religion? So we're experiencing a few modifiers here, I think. We have increased wages for full acceptance status if our military is generally on full acceptance, and we're also have, you know, increased wages here, plus 30%. We're maybe paying out considerably more on wages than we otherwise would. Grain bro, all the trade, yeah. It's not just the bureaucracy, though, I don't think, that's causing it to be that bad a look. Maybe it is. We get a couple boobs. Stream elements for whatever. Well, this is kind of maybe something you don't care about. Canned pineapple and Zaist. Thank you for the follows. Big nice. We could maybe use our Diplo and then unpause. I think the meta is going to be beating up Russia. Let's try and... War reparations and humiliations are going to be really hard to tag. I think we'll do this for now. They're going to be really hard to tag the UK with. We might have to relearn some like levels of cheese to win wars against GPs. I mean, we're probably going to have to cheese GPs more than we have before. We can not rival Great Britain. Great Britain's... gives us so much of this, though. I think they changed it so that you now get, like, the proper amount of things from things. Check your tax base. Oh, yeah, it's fucking enormous. Only 1k of this is from trade routes. So we would still be negative even if we were running 0 trade routes. But we're trying to proc corn laws. We're waiting for a Monday. That's not good. Are we really not going to be able to... Buy orders 431 to trade routes. I guess we could wait another week to see this size up, but we can't just, like, run this infinitely. We're not gonna get to plus 25 here. There's no way. You can't proc corn laws easy as Russia. I didn't realize that you unpause yet. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there. So we're gonna need to adjust this. I guess we'll need to put in kind of the good old import these things. I think we want to protect supply of liquor. God, we have so much meat. Terrible. Put impro prio on fish. Fish we maybe want to export. It takes 2 years of exporting grain to proc. You should be, but you should only export to big ones. We can also just import it and try and see if we can delete our trade routes. Or we could arbitrage it, probably. It'd be easier to arbitrage it if we had free trade, yeah. Have you tried it on this patch, Connor? Specifically? Because I think we want to try and get rid of a lot of trade routes as well. And we also do want to use citrus. Potatoes. Did they buff this PM? This PM they made worse than apple orchards recently. We have basic, we have it producing, if we have it produce less grain, I don't think we're gonna get there. We can do this, back to this. That gets us to +8. That's kind of been the plan, though, is to do that, but only after the prices get up a little bit. Let's try the 2% figure that Connor suggested. And just the trade routes. The idea is we only need to get it for a moment. And then we're also going to turn off the labor-saving PMs as well. And we'll just export to everyone who's over 2. And now it's not so bad on this. Can we get a trade agreement here at the outset? We can with Prussia, which I think overall is it's gonna net us more. Not Diplo, the bureaucracy here. We can try exporting this stuff? No. I mean, in general, we're going to want to export hardwood to them. So we could just put the root in, even though it's not profitable at this juncture. We could also just let this wait a week and see if we get an increase in size. How close are we? 15's kind of far. The ideological similarities of government, we have +4 on. We have the good old conservative government. That's probably what they have. Oh no, they have that. So they have armed forces and PB. So we could do this, and then how close are we now? -9. Just create some free radicals. Big nice. Do we actually need to import tools? We could probably import those from the Prussians then. So they have cheap tools. And that'll get us a little bit closer. Import from China. currently at 2 and I swap when I get PMs. You get plus 34, you'll get it. Yeah. Trigger core law is 1837. Alright. Dummy army full of conscripts will make... Oh, that's right. We could spike grain with military as well. Perfect. I forget about that detail so often. So often. But yeah, we can just... Let's have this be our conscript army. We'll make them pink dragons. And... we'll do that, and then... that's right, we start on the thing where we can't do the other thing. Although this will lock us off of using any sort of conscripts for a second, but I think that's fine. We'll moderate there. Could clear out the theocrat. I think we can mobilize all. There's our trade agreement. And then... it's gonna be not too bad for us to use extra supplies on all these guys, but this will increase our grain consumption here. There we go. We high roll the event. We maybe should have let our roots increase in size a little bit before doing this. We're up to... yeah, let's... it's gonna be not bad for us to... oh, it is gonna be bad. Shoot. We're gonna put in the wood company first, so we actively don't want to build wood here initially. Let's do that. And then... we don't want them to back down just yet. Okay, so we're gonna take a save and see if we can get it through now. I did a war to protect Persia at start. Yeah, we're gonna go for Forbidden City, I think. So we don't want that much infamy. Is there a reason you need a power block to get global trade? What do you mean? You mean a customs union? Alright, here, let's put in war reparations and ban slavery and get rid of all of our trade routes where we are importing it, which I think is just one from Qing. Oh, we don't even have a Qing. Wouldn't be productive. Fair. Okay. Not that it needs to be productive for us to do this. But... Yeah, all those routes are now bad because we just dramatically decreased our production of grain, and we got grain to plus 34. So we trigger corn laws. We can get rid of all these export routes and all the import routes on sugar because we are going to keep on the sugar PM. Huzzah, Russia is saved. Alright, let's also encourage this. Encourage this. Promote social mobility is not going to be very good here for Russia because we have too many states for it to like really seem very good. Perm's an insane state, but it starts out underpopulated. One of these is also really good, but starts out underpopulated. I guess we kind of want faster law ticks, so this will be fine enough for us. And then we want to set import prioritization on grain. And import it from the Qing. That's probably going to be all that's good after we stand down these armies. But let's also stand this down. Here. We don't need these big stacks. We're going to keep a couple other stacks going in case something weird happens. Something like this should work just fine. Now, let's check. They are antagonistic here. I kind of hate that UK always loses its interest here, so we have to declare it South China. Politics in the patch is kind of screwy. It feels either too easy pops to become politically active, or votes matter way more than they should. They get really active if they're starving. I think that some of this is a numbers thing, though. Like, I like the underlying system, but I think that the numbers they have for some of these, like, levels of activism and this type of stuff is probably off. Sorry, but it's wrong strategy to get corn laws when you keep grain export price grow, so pops buy less. So it's better first to reduce grain price than pops buy more grain. And in one moment you change production. Well, they only buy more if you increase their SOL. That takes a while. I mean, we're in June and we triggered it. Is privatizing better? Why is he never doing it? Still learning the game. It is better. Does breaking an AIC thing work? It does, but not as easy. You have to do it without unpausing. You can't unpause. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, exactly. Fruit, really? Alright, fair. Actually, no, I think we want the float. We're just gonna get a little bit faster on the enactment time. And then we wanted to start another war. Wait, why can't we start a play targeting Great Qing? I'm confused. I am confused. Great Qing is not a subject of Great Qing. That's true. Great Qing can't be a subject of Great Qing. No, but, We start out with cordial relations with them. That should be easy to solve. We have ticketing positive relations with these guys at this point anyways, so... let's do this. Alright, we don't need to damage relations anymore. And now we can declare on you. But we need to make it in the South China HQ. I really don't know what the best war goal is in South China. What to vote in the London Conference? I don't know what's best in the London Conference. I mean, Belgium has a really good company, and you maybe want to try and snipe that some way, or you maybe want to try and set yourself up to subjugate Netherlands, or maybe those are the same option. I don't know. Those immediately come to mind as like things to consider, though. Where do we have sulfur production? Kursk. Maybe we should have made the capital Kursk. Maybe Kursk made more sense all along. Because of the sulfur and paper there early. Something like this. Okay, so... I think it might just be us getting a treaty port. I forget exactly how it works. We can't get a treaty port of Fujian because they don't actually have a port. That's a silly requirement. I forget if Suzhou is in South China. Shandong definitely is not. But I think treaty port's going to be the best one. Suzhou is barely there. Holy, how much have you streamed this DLC, my man? Right now around 25 hours. So... Formosa Treaty Port. Formosa, we did that in a different one. I'm not sure which treaty port's better between Formosa and Suzhou. I think Suzhou is probably better. I'm not sure which one gives you more arable land and more pops. That might be the consideration, but Suzhou, it's either harder to push you, or, like, so you have the benefit of the ocean defense, but you can't push into... I guess we already have a front with Qing, but when we take Beijing, southern Anhui is usually the capital. That's adjacent to Suzhou. Like, that seems like maybe easier wars in the future. I think we'll save just to make sure that we get kind of what we want here. But we're going to go for war reps, Beijing, Suzhou. Invite UK, give them a treaty port, release UA to break their treaty port, and that seems good. What's with the 5 restream links in the description? Copy, paste, fail? No, restream automatically, like, adds description, adds that. Let's just delete them all. When we use it. Or this is like a new type of thing. I'm thinking Formosa is just harder to attack for them, yeah. But I think we're just in a situation where we're never not beating China if we're starting as Russia, right? And this makes it easier for us to attack. Let's force the Diplo play. Interesting that Great Britain really hates our guts so much that we might not even be able to invite them. I think they have an enormous... Yeah, they have like a 1K special... Like, I'll do anything for that. There's potential that we're supposed to, like, come in for, like, protectorate relatively early here on them before they start getting big. Eastern Guangdong. And then I think what we're going to do is we are going to liberate Yue, which will brick their treaty port. I'm not sure if this causes them to, the Opium Wars, to continue to be open. I don't know which one gives the malice to China for longer. If we lib Yue and break the treaty port as soon as it forms. Oh, they do, I have eyes, yeah. London Conference to Manhattan's PUs can get drawn in Germany into German formations. France like it weak, because they can buy Luxembourg and have a Germany to eat it. I was able to get independence as Tunisia yesterday. Nice, nice, nice. I think long term we like them just not having a treaty port on them, so we go for the liberate. UA. We kind of want to get it all. But the biggest thing is we want to put in Beijing and not have them back down. So I guess we're going to try and have everything else be primary. We have eyes. I swear to God we do. There it is. So we'll reload if they back down. I hope they don't. Not that we need an enormous army to enforce on China here. We might merge some of these guys. Let's merge these guys with the second, whatever this is. Or is this guy doing a landing? Yeah, we'll merge these with the second, whatever these guys are. I don't speak Russian, so I don't know what that means. And then let's upgrade all units as well. Beijing giving bureaucracy is so nice, just remember that. But they won't at the start, right? Because they can't deploy up. It was all a fever dream. A time long past, a time remembered. When we used to get free bureaucracy at the start of the game. A time now forgotten. Well, these guys went to the wrong front, huh? Let's have them go there. Because we have a naval landing coming in. Oh, Jesus. Low key. Front spaghetti. We encounter that front spaghetti a lot with Argentina. Looks like the war is gonna go. And then, in theory, actually having a few one-stack fleets is probably where you want to go. Oh no, it's going to you underemploy. Yeah, that's what we're saying. The dream is dead. So we are going to get resettlement here, which is going to be quite painful. Legal guardianship might help us to provoke liberals. Let him fight. Peasant movement's gonna be helpful for us, actually, on the short term. Let's actually maybe stop bolstering this. I think the peasant movement's new. And I think that they support us getting off of idiot serfdom, so... oh, but not to tenant farmers, only to homesteading. Interesting. Interesting. We might go homesteading this time, boys. We might go homesteading this time. Once one of these guys pushes the front out completely... An inspiration for our age. I think we're gonna try and play nice with Prussia, because we want North German Fed to form. Alright, these guys have now completed their journey. So let's try and land Beijing. New neighbors, new grudges. Sounds about right. I'm not sure what the... Let's try and figure out what's best for this, because this event keeps coming up. Russian upper strata become more loyalist in Perm. Croatians become more radicals, but there aren't a lot of Croatians there, right? At this point, the acceptance of Croats being reduced by 5 is kind of the big deal. Pops in Perm become more radical. I think the second option is bad. Acceptance is improved of these, and upper strata pops become more radical. I think the first one's probably best, because the upper strata really informs the bonuses really strongly. Oh, we are acquiring radicals real fast, actually. What is doing this? Decreases in standard of living. Yeah, the grace period, they removed it, huh? So us increasing taxes is kind of painful on this front. But it's leveling out now. We have pops dying from starvation, or being upset about starvation, though. So let's look at our food security. Ingria has some going on. So... but these can't employ up. So, to try and... Let's build one food industry there to try and solve that. Okay. And then... one of these guys got yeeted back to the... Yeah, Poland. So let's have them land in Guangdong, which will give us the treaty port objective. If we can land it. And we're in good shape up here. So I think this war is pretty straightforward. So now, if we're gonna go for war reps, and we're gonna ally ourselves with Prussia, as like a metagame thing, maybe we should... I don't think we could war rep Austria yet. You have to boost the movement of the new market liberals so you can make him leader, this corn law event. Yeah. You are correct. I agree. I didn't see the movement spawn. Let's bolster though. This is the turmoil meta, like intentionally proccing turmoil, or just intentionally going for it. I'm kind of thinking food standardization is the first mandate here. I mean, I think I'm way more bullish on food than I was before, but I don't know about first. Van Hanian, thank you for the follow, big nice. I mean, I really like me some construction one. But so colonial offices in particular is really good in a timing window. We were gonna hit if we went colonial offices first, then we're gonna be way too early to the window. So I don't think it's colonial offices first, but I think it might be construction into food. Because I think that, yeah, I think that for the most part, the desire to really get in external trade is probably just wrong now. You used to go external trade for the influential trade center to be able to get a bunch of Diplo to play nice, but I think if we're not doing that anymore, if that's not the soup we're swimming in. Construction 1 into creative legislature. Construction 1 into creative legislature 1. I assume the idea is after creative legislature 1, we save up mandate and then do something level 3. You think research is good here? I could see research. The thing is, agricultural throughput's pretty good when you have a lot of subsistence farms. We have a decent amount of sub farms. I don't think you go construction 1 here. I think construction 1 is kind of the truth, to be honest. Just in a general sense. But how many... Let's check how many manor houses we have. Because that's going to be about how much we're going to... Increasing the throughput. Also, throughput... there's no input on peasant buildings. Right? So when you increase throughput, you just increase the output of all these by 10%. Now, to be fair, this is a pretty small number, and they're already receiving throughput. What's the throughput all from here? Oh. It's a combination of rain and other stuff. But, you know, increasing all this by 10%... If most of our sell orders of these things is from sub-farms, then increasing throughput by this by 10% actually probably positively affects SOL as well. Do you know what the benefits of nationalizing buildings are? You don't want to nationalize buildings. Nationalizing is just generally bad. Construction 1 is hands down the best mandate. Yeah, for a single point, I think it's construction 1, but... Will you make a guide on how movements in enactment? I'm so lost right now. When I understand it better, yeah. I think food-solving turmoil is kind of important here. I think I'm inclined to agree. The 10% extra goods on all of this stuff is attractive. Just jumped an entire SOL from going food. See, the thing is like, their expected SOL is this, so we're actually creating radicals from being below minimum expected until we get to 10-ish SOL by going high taxes. It's not too bad, but man, I disagree on construction 1 being best. It's good. It's definitely not best. Well, 10% construction speed is getting... It gets the ball rolling faster. It, like... Because it's not just, like... The value of construction is exponential. Because if you construct more buildings, those buildings give you more income. But if food keeps you from hitting a turmoil penalty that gives you more negative construction than construction would get you out of, then food could be better. But if it doesn't do that, or for the period of time before it does that, because we don't have enough turmoil yet, then it's not going to be that useful. So does extra research, so does extra throughput. I understand. Are you still rivaling Great Britain? I think I still am, but improving relations will still give ticking net positive ticking relations. I'm not sure exactly what we want to do with the UK situation. I think we want to put ourselves in a position where we're rivaling and going after people. But I don't think UK is actually a very good one to go after. mean, I could be mistaken on construction one versus... Well, so, with Russia specifically, Russia, China, Japan, EIC, getting this on sub-farms is probably going to be better. But in the general sense, I think I like construction more. I wish we could look at the total... Well, actually, let's see. I wish we could know the total economic value that's coming from our subsistence farms. Is sub-farms on here? God. Okay, it is. So we know that we have around 4K subsistence farms. I mean, they don't produce very much per level. I think the reinvestment isn't... We're not going to have a breakdown if we look at manor houses, unfortunately. They give very, very little, like, positive net value, but... or sometimes they don't even give positive value. You can see, like, the dividends here from Kharkiv, 5K. And that just gets boosted by 500. Construction is compound growth in all areas, yeah. For food specifically, the difference between being able to do right high taxes versus stuck on normal is more than 10% construction efficiency. I think it depends on what country you're talking about, though. Check goods page for grain. It tells you how much is coming from subs. I mean, that'll tell us... I mean, that'll tell us something. That'll tell us for grain specifically. We're getting 4K. So this will go up by 5%. Well, actually, the wheat farms go up by 5% as well. What percentage of our total economy is actually... Maybe this is the way to look at it. So, sell orders... Yeah, such a big percentage of our economy is sub-farms. So yeah, I think food 1 definitely makes sense. I think we'll go food 1 into construction 1. What's food 2? Minus mortality. Yeah, I think we'll go food 1 into construction 1. Then. Are you going to start a new run? This is a new run. We're playing as Russia. Wait, what? A new run? No. Difference between Atmo versus no Atmo is also very big. Granted, that's overselling research meant. Well, the first level of research mandate, it gives you more tech spread. With our current level of spread, you know, we are getting 29%, although it would overcome penalties, which is slightly better than adding additional bonuses. But the amount of research that this amounts to, the amount of innovation is, like, not that big. When is the next poll? I want to poll on mandate. Well, I think it is food standardization. I mean, I think food level 1 is going to be really good for Russia, Qing, Japan, and EIC specifically. And that is going to get a lot more murky as to which one's going to be best. My kingdom for some bureaucracy, though. We are going to get in on Kenya, which is going to feel nice. Are these guys influencing? They're probably not influencing enough yet. They are not. I guess since we don't want to pass anything right now, we will put a consumption tax on some things. Will not be regressive at all here. Wow, did we fail a naval landing? Real? We'll land there. I mean, we're making progress here, so we should be in good shape. Should. Let's enable the privatization on all of our buildings too, as well here. Because we have a really big investment pool. We want to get this up and running. Right? Yeah, it's, well, really big, 100K. Research 1 is tech spread and bureaucracy saving. It's not bureaucracy saving for us. We don't have education yet. I mean, and it's like 27 months. I don't think we're gonna have education by then. Wouldn't Food 1 be diminishing return as you urbanize more? Yes. It would. Well, yeah, so it's going to be worse as we urbanize more, but with specifically our current situation, or our situation, I guess we could look at it in 26 months, because we're not there yet, but I think we have a sufficiently high population that we're going to be really having a lot of sub-farms for quite an extended period of time, but that Russia is maybe the power that is most on the cusp of food standardization initially. Not necessarily being so good. The thing is like, Japan and China aren't going to be able to, well, those are the kind of the ones where it looks like the most appealing on. EIC isn't going to get to choose its mandate for an extended period of time. I think I don't mind the aristocrats gaining power if they are getting moved towards the liberal movement. Liberal movement pressuring these interest groups is also kind of nice, because we're more likely to roll ideologies that are liberal. I'm curious to see what happens here if they lose the opium war as a result of this, or they don't. So they get opium ban, widespread opium addiction. And I wonder if they win the opium war here or they don't. Because UK does get this treaty port, but just for a second, so... Very interesting. So... This means that the UK doesn't win the opium war by doing this. So, probably, if we time it right, we might be able to pull UK into another war on our side. Food 2 and 3 get better as the game goes on, so I think it balances out. Yeah, it's another thing is, like, I think that people look at it in terms of, like, best in slot a little bit too much, and, like, best at this immediate point in time. I think is like a really important consideration. So we do get the bureaucracy at least for a second. But almost certainly this is going to go away. We're going to nationalize these because they're cheaper right now. Right? Or are they not? Am I missing something? 300k for 2 levels of logging camps seems wrong. If we are getting a discount because we just peeled it off of them. And, you know, maybe even opening with this Forbidden City thing is just not worth it because these guys will all unemploy. Like, very quickly here. Put this on simple organization. But these guys will all fire down? No? Yep. They're firing down. Specifically, the upper strata type of pops. Mappy's going to help a little bit with SOL, which will be nice, but not too much. We can start Atmo engine here. That's probably the play. The other thing is, like... We have to keep an eye on how society tech affects movements, but I think we're gonna go ammo. Why are we making so much money? Because we solved the bureaucracy problem? Alright, fair. We do have to watch how much bureaucracy we have in Kharkiv. Looks like we're in fine shape. As we kind of get things up and running. Did they end their rivalry with us? No. I think we're gonna end the rivalry with them. I'm gonna put one in Perm and Ural as well. Just a single construction sector here to massage the queue to maybe produce more of them. We want to get into the wood company, which is kind of why we're not doing wood right now. Why release Armenia and Georgia power block things? We didn't release them. They start, well, this isn't Armenia and Georgia. This is Circassia and the Caucasian inmate. But you could do it. It gives you an easy route to go multiculturalism later with the Han national movement. That's true. Oh, speaking of, I meant to check at the start of the game, like, what our discrimination status was here as Russia. So 56 are full accepted. And then 30% are violent hostility, but of these, a huge chunk of them are Han. So we start out actually quite a bit accepted. Yeah. I went to advanced research 1 second because I think it's a bad choice because I'm gonna have a third mandate by the time I get schools. You're gonna have a third mandate by the time you get schools. Yeah. That makes sense. That's kind of, yeah. You're not getting the benefit until you have schools, and there's like too much you have to be doing with Russia already. Alright, so now the liberal movement is pressuring them, so we can grant leadership. I think that's what we want to do. Maybe we save. Really don't want this agitator to just drop dead. I think they changed the event so it can target anyone, and it doesn't just not target historical people, but yeah. Your thoughts on healthcare becoming buildings and not an institution? I think that anytime someone suggests something that involves adding new buildings to the game, they gotta really convince me that, like, the new buildings are gonna add something extremely significant relative to whatever other status quo. The reason being, for me, so here's an interesting question: do we go homesteading or tenant farmers? But the reason for me is that new buildings to the game really damages performance. So I think you gotta really so we would get ownership from farmers. I believe this gives more subsistence output. Yeah. Or, sorry, free peasants relative to this. We go into free peasants if we go tenant farmers. But we don't produce less. Oh, we'll produce less grain than we will on serfdom relative to homesteading. So homesteading will make us more food secure. But then the ownership will not be in the manor houses. And it will really juice up the rural folk. I think we still like tenant farmers more, but I'm just trying to think through if something's changed. I've got clothes at a whopping plus 73% price. Rough. But with the healthcare becoming an institution, like, is there a significant trade-off there that I'm not appreciating relative to it being an institution? Just tuned in. Did you get grain crazy expensive to get corn laws? Yes. Isn't tenant better for the long run since you can go corn for corn agriculture? I think tenant's probably better because reinvestment is significantly larger. We're also thinking of going agrarianism. We don't have romanticism, so we could have maybe researched romanticism first. But it looks like the market liberal doesn't prefer agrarianism, so maybe we just go straight laissez-faire. And if we want to go laissez-faire, we have to go one of these first. Do you notice that you can restart revs by reloading? Yeah. Or this is known to me. I'm trying not to do that because I think that that's a bug. Yeah, I mean, I thought tenant farmers was better before, but so, like, this would be better probably for food security, and also for radicalism, and reducing turmoil. Because this will increase SOL right at the start. So, I was asking how, not whether or not you did. Oh, we exported a bunch of grain, and then we mobilized all the armies, plus all the conscripts possible with the second mobilization PM, and then we deleted all the... So we did three things. So, the mobilization of all the armies on extra supplies, to create a bunch of buy orders. We opened up by exporting a bunch of grain as well to bigger countries. And then finally, the third thing is we initially swapped off all the PMs. We swapped around the PMs on the rural folk. On the rice farms. We swapped everything to maintain single crop and put in the labor saving PMs, harvesting tools on everything. And then when we made the swap, what we did is we swapped to maintain single crop on everyone, and then also we turned off the labor saving PM, which caused fewer pops to be employed in the buildings. So this is how we did that. Are you gonna form Soviets? Probably not. We started revs by placing decrees. It's definitely scuffed. Yeah. Homesteading would make food one a lot worse. Would make it a lot worse. Those pops would still be building more stuff. Like, it'd still be stimulating the economy. It just wouldn't... Just less of it would be squeezed up to us because they wouldn't be investing a lot worse. Better. Got a USA bankroll from a USA war against Japan. Big nice, big nice. So yeah, I think we're just gonna go tenant. I'm just trying to think through it because we haven't thought through this in a while. I think it's just tenant before and still tenant. Pops can migrate a little bit more. I suppose that's a consideration on homesteading, that the peasants can migrate, because specifically for Russia, this is a bit of a thing, but I think we'll be fine. I'm confused. Doesn't maintain single crop make wheat cheaper? Yes, sorry. I explained it in reverse. We swapped to maintain single crop, and then we swapped to citrus orchards. We swapped back to this. So we create a bunch of extra grain, create a bunch of demand for grain, and then we constrict the grain supply. And then that's how we do it. How are you finding the new update? I like it a lot. You finished up a laissez-faire Russia game, had Germany as a unified subject. Nice, nice. Yeah, I misexplained it. How you doing, Neff? Do you just finish a stream? Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize. I think that we want to go back to a float, though, here. Because these consumption taxes really don't get us that much. Even the services one, and we'd rather just pass the law faster. I'm pretty bullish on this patch. I think a lot of other content creators didn't like this patch. Let's do this. And then now we maybe want to start getting the mindset of being humiliate and bankroll oriented. I I mean, we could start with Ottomans. That should be a pretty easy one, where we just open up with humiliate, or maybe liberate country is actually a little bit better, and we liberate Bulgaria. And then we force the Diplo play. We could probably swing in someone, and then we go for war reparations as primary as well. Just in case they try and back down. In case they try and pull a sneaky. Oh, looks like we can't swing in the Ottomans. Another thing is, I don't know how expensive this war is, so even if they pay us out, I don't know. I thought we were going to be able to sway Austria here because they're a rival of Russia as well. I think, do we not have an Arabia interest? We do. Why couldn't we release Iraq? Oh. Almost forgot to colonize Kenya. Yikes. Now it is very important that we actually build up this, otherwise it won't colonize more. Pacification of the steppes, alright. We can combine some of these armies, so let's combine this with the first. Let's combine this with these guys. Let's send these guys over here. Is that Giuseppe? It looks like him, but it's not. No available agitators. Keep adding more construction here. Can't remember all the states that are going to be good for us. I'm pretty sure Rostov has iron and coal, though. Nope, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong. Kherson has both, so we'll add a couple construction sectors there as well. Foreign investment agreement with Great Qing. We'll say no. We won't go for the Han things. I think we're bolstering a movement that we don't need to be anymore. The liberal movement will carry us more than the peasant movement. Well, that's nice. So now we're getting... What are we getting in terms of... We're getting bankroll from Great Qing and the Ottoman Empire, and it was super easy. I like the new migration way more. I definitely like it a lot better, and the pop system as well. India's exploded already? Wait, did it? For your game, you mean? Or did we miss something? Yeah, for your game. It seems like it happens a lot. Best viewers, too lazy to ban them. Pretty good, been streaming Phantom Brigade lately, but wanted to make some personal time to try the 1.8 update. I've been enjoying it, bugs aside. Yeah, the bugs aren't too bad. Like, the construction queue bug was absolutely apocalyptic, you know, in 1.5. And I think that's one of the reasons, I think that's a pretty strong reason why I think this patch is better than 1.5, because 1.5, like, it, when comparing the two, like, 1.5's beta, immediately preceding the release of 1.5, I think was actually better than the 1.5 release. New subject system goes from Protectorate to Puppet in one go. I don't think I mind that. Radical maxing, yeah, we might be a little bit... We're still, we're relatively flat across the board here, just with the new inclusion of Beijing to the sphere. We do have to get this up and running. I think that's a reason to want to do violent suppression here. Yeah, we're getting no progress there. I think the AI doesn't understand that it needs to build those as well. So... Alright, we're gonna get our London conference. Really not sure how we're supposed to handle this event. I think we're gonna favor the Netherlands and try and subjugate the Netherlands diplomatically. Interesting. I'm not sure we've seen this event. In somewhat surprising move, claiming that Russian serfdom has driven a wedge between the spiritual backbone of the country, the rural folk increasingly, and an increasingly foreign-influenced upper class, a number of conservative thinkers have come out to support tenant farmers, breaking ranks with the more traditionally inclined fellows of the Gentry Assembly and Orthodox Church. We'll take the 10% enactment, because we actually want the landowners to be powerful for a little bit of time anyways. I'm thinking that, in theory, we would want Austria to be another target of our humiliate and war rep cycle. We really want to get off our ruler, too, unfortunately. We don't necessarily need to get off monarchy, but he has a bad character trait in imposing the extra infamy decay. A little less. I say India held itself together for decades in your game. I think we've done like 4 runs in total, and 2 of them they implode. Sort of bad thing IMO is that... Okay, yeah, we already read that one. Anyone else notice colonies going super fast? France had 3-day growth in your game. Yeah, it depends. They now scale differently, and they'll grow at different paces. This was a Victoria Tweaks thing, like Alaska will grow like instantly. Why can't we colonize Alaska, actually? Wait, the Russian-American company? The fuck is this? Okay, let's exempt these guys. Reduce their subject payments. The fuck is this? Is there not a way for us to annex these guys eventually? So they need to not have the chartered company government type. I don't know how we get them off of that. They're paying us out a ton, but... I feel like we have to get them onto a voting system. This nation allows for voting in elections. It doesn't. Is there no way for us to annex Alaska? The RIC in your company is in Alaska? Yes, you can after researching civilization mission. Okay. You need civilizing mission to reduce their autonomy. Perfect. Okay. We'll get on that when we can, then. Speaking of research... No, we're just kind of doing the standard here. But I think that maybe we want to hit this for the event. We are getting a little bit of extra bureaucracy. Interesting that these guys Haven't fired everything down. Here. Let's try improving relations with these guys. I didn't fully read that event, but it looked like if we improve relations, we might be able to lower their liberty desire and do some things. I think we... Which one would... Does this just get rid of Luxembourg? Limburg gets established as a subject. I wish this, like, somehow highlighted what would happen. Does Belgium get this with the alternate partition? And then Netherlands somehow gets that? I want to see what the alternate partition is, so let's just select that one. Zao! Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Need dialectics for the journal entry? We'll get it eventually, though. Enforcing colonization law on Alaska is a very good idea. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. Yeah. If we can. Which we can. Let's force them to do this as well. Although, I guess it'll make it cost more infamy. Ottoman Empire starts with 5.4 SOL. Jesus. How do you know how bolster suppress works? I'm very confused about it. I don't know exactly how it works. I just think it's good. Probably. It seems like it really, really affects relevancy, like, a lot. And so far with our very limited testing, it seems quite strong, because if they're highly relevant, then they will be pressuring more interest groups. And also, if they're highly relevant, they will contribute a lot more to enact and setback chance. It increases the relevancy, is my understanding, but I can't describe exactly how it works. Ottoman Empire SOL is bugged. On pop-ups, there's no modifier anywhere. More attractive for pops to support. Your bolstering ability is determined by your free speech. Bolstering groups cost authority. I think we're gonna try and subjugate Persia diplomatically. Or not Persia, these guys. Bulgaria. Maybe we try and step on specifically Austria and USA. Looks like Beijing finally fired. They only fired once we built the port? Does building the port make them fire everyone? Is that how that works? I don't think the Ottoman SO is bugged. Literally 40% of their population's under violent hostility and being paid minus 50% wages. Yeah, so... Heathen taxes applied to all their pops instead of just non-Muslim. Yeah, that'll be not ideal. Let's do even more of those. Does that say a new agitator? We gotta name a crate. Partially, probably on the back of our liberal movement? No, actually, I don't know if that affects which agitators can spawn. That would make sense, it's intuitive, but that doesn't... Something being intuitive doesn't necessarily mean anything. Kinda hardback's down. Subjugate Persia is somewhat reasonable here. Us going much higher infamy than normal also makes sense in a world where we are not caring as much. We'll become ineligible to be rivals once we get to a high enough relation status. I think we want to have a trade agreement with France, so let's see if we can try and get that in. Don't think we necessarily want to export grain. I guess grain's kind of the only thing we're very good at doing. Other than wood, I think we're already running all the wood routes we can, though. Oh, we're not. Okay. It's not going to be money-making. Getting plus 10 on the ideological similarities. They have armed forces, PB... religious. I didn't change it enough. Rip the dream. Just creating more radicals here. Oh, we did pass tenant farmers, so let's go laissez-faire now. Radicalizes the rural folk. Who cares? Oh, they're really pissed. This predictor doesn't include when the rural folk get 1.5x because they're angry. Laissez-faire, free trade captain? Laissez-faire. So is grain company good then? I don't really know how good the companies are at this current point in time, because most of my experience is on a patch where the company is basically never construct anything and they've hotfixed it, and I just don't know what the hotfix looks like well enough yet. So it's hard for me to say. Have you tried to form Germany with the Baltic country? No, we haven't, but you can. As far as I know. Is the rail transportation PM ever good? It's always good. We can't show it because we don't have access to railways yet, but you're talking about using the wood or the steel things? Those are good to use. Low-key thinking of taking California before it gets populated. Did they break free? This is the other one we're thinking of. I suppose there's no one who can interfere here with us. It would just kick us over 31. Are we supposed to try and peel war reps off of someone? I did have one iron mine company paying 180 in wages. I mean the labor saving one for the mines? Oh, it depends on if you're running out of peasants. Yeah. Let's see, what was the question? Yeah, it also depends on what the price of the rails are there, or if you're running out of peasants in a given location. If you take all the Pacific region states, USA will never pasture you for the Alaska Purchase. I think we're going to be rivaling and humiliating the USA repeatedly. Pro La Corp achievement? I don't even know which one that is. Minus 43k. We're about to get kind of unlocked, though, once we get this. I think I like subjugate Bolivia. London Conference hasn't been resolved yet. I think we might rival the US here. For the Diplo. Something like this. Once we get France to plus 50, they'll probably be willing to accept a trade agreement. Okay, so we get to see exactly how this resolves here for the London Conference. So kind of the way things look normally. I wish we could set it to auto do that, but we're 6 months from the mandate. We could stop the USA from colonizing pretty aggressively if we wanted. The thing is, I don't know how we land the USA without taking, like, something like Texas. We could take Texas. Laissez-faire in 1839? Oh, we actually passed it. We did it. No, we didn't. We're trying to. Game starts in 36. Yeah. Isn't it easier to just push off one juge by giving them market control and just win a war versus 20 battalions? It might be. We haven't done this event in a while. Maybe that's just easier. If that's how the uprising kicks out, we could take a look at that. You need Council Republican Command Economy, then you can, and then you have to get a company into Max Prosperity, new achievement. Probably going to be easier to do smaller countries. What's viable starts for super tall foreign investment focused games? Depends how tall you mean by tall. I think the interesting one is Panama. Laissez fair chance looks really bad. Did your market lib die? No, I don't think he did. Just 20% clout on him. And the interest group's already appeased because we did tenant farmers. So the goal is to fail this? Is that the idea? Or sorry, fail this. That's the goal, right? That's what you're telling me? It's easier to just fail the journal entry. Do I have to buy the Masala Chai if I purchase? Yes. How do I play in a country without going bankrupt? Patch is kicking my ass. Well, you don't max out taxes, that's for sure. Not anymore. I don't know, I think I need a little bit more context what you're playing. No bankroll for us, no bankroll for Giuseppe. Hey, Matthew Nielsen, thank you for the 10 USD. Thank you for answering your question, love your videos, you're very welcome. And you've helped me get much better at the game. You're welcome. Feeling that GE is good, alright. We have not done this one in quite some time. Since like the release of this content. So we will just damage relations with Kishizuj. Because they have the highest right now anyways. And looks like we're going up. Are you enjoying the new political movement rework? Yeah, I am. Thoughts on it? I think it's so much better system. I think it's subtle. I think we gotta see a lot more. If it leads to the same play patterns occurring every single time, then it's less interesting. But if it's really dynamic, that'll be more interesting. I don't have a large enough sample size to know whether or not it's one or the other. Shout out to the beep boops outside. And so, but so far I'm really liking it. I think it is overcoming a very significant problem. Or several very significant problems. The first of which is, I think, the ideology of leaders over-informs things and lets you pass too many things. Now, the ideology of leaders still has to get through the political movements, and political movements will give you a bunch of enactment chance and stall chance overall. And they are also persistent and don't just randomly go away. And I think the persistence is a really good mechanic. But like the important one is it is decreasing how much the leader stuff informs. They got rid of a whole bunch of the general cheese, which I think was good because that was always quite a bit of strangeness and like not very fun to execute. It does like lower your power level in a lot of these things, but okay. But I'm really enjoying it quite a lot. The fact that it's persistent is also way more coherent than you just gain a basket of radicals. The radicals don't care about anything in particular, and they will just be completely reactive to whatever law you try and pass. This is kind of how it works in vanilla. Now they have specific things that they want. I think that people are going to be able to do crazy stuff with mods as well. Can you just base taxes on whether or not SOL goes red? Like for here, just take a look and see. Kind of. You know, if we bring them up to high taxes, that causes the upper strata to get red. But I believe that it's maybe more straightforward to look at the minimum expected here, and then you don't really want to kick the increased minimum expected standard of living up by too much over this threshold. In fact, we would rather not be over this threshold. So 2.4 times this, we would feel a lot more comfortable if we were at 11.4 in terms of minimum expected standard of living, in terms of radical generation. Because we have a lot of lower run pops and not at minimum. But overall, the turmoil seems like we're in kind of okay shape. Or sorry, the radicalism. I don't think we can increase the taxes though. Maybe that was the wrong option. Try Central America for tall investment. Oh, that's an interesting one. It depends how hard you want the tall investment to be. I mean, like, Great Britain already starts out relatively tall. Is laissez-faire the best economic law? Yeah. And I don't think there's much of a conversation. I think it's pretty unambiguous. Come on, a new company. We are going to do the wood company. I guess for that reason, maybe we want a level 5 wood thing in the capital. I'm not sure if we're supposed to stack in the capital as many financial... I don't know if you want to stack companies in one state or spread them out. I don't know what the meta is for this. I guess we could try and think through that. So you're going to create way more buy orders for upper rung strata goods, and it's going to be a little bit hard to fulfill, but at the same time, in the capital, you're probably going to use a manufacturing edict. So driving up demand, specifically in the capital, for more profitable opportunities is probably good. Let's try and get it done in the capital. And then let's take this off of privatizing. Something like this, and then we'll slot in the wood company when we finish. Hot damn, we're so good at this game. Drought in Tula. So let's hit this on the epicenter and also hit Kursk because we've built a little bit there. We'll get refunded later. We can just go for the full trifecta and go for free trade right here. I think that's probably a timely thing to do rather than switch to something else. So we are going to establish this and see how things shake out, but we're going to wait for this logging camp to finish because we just wanted to take all the levels in the capital here. And then we're going to check the requirements for New Russia Limited, because that is going to be the next company that we want. So let's establish. It will be owned in Moscow. Alright, well, there's not much to be done about that. Moscow will now own those. We are going to set this on... privatization is forced, so can't do anything there. I think Moscow's a fine enough state, though, for this, so that works for us. I guess the place we would have wanted it most actually is in Tula, because they get up to the level 72. That means these logging camps are now... See, the problem is they split the throughput bonus, but the adjustment they've made is that they just give... here, let's switch these to using focused hardwood. They give just way more... portion of the queue to the companies than they should, but I think that or then like is proportional. But take a look here. We're gonna have 5 out of 129 are currently under company, and we are not going to construct any wood out ourselves whatsoever. And we will see how this ratio changes over time. We are hoping that the company picks it up, but we are not going to construct any wood actively ourselves. Which is, like, it feels bad. And maybe that's not good. Eric, thank you for the follow. Big nice. And maybe we're supposed to do an iron company, so... we're getting kind of close to a break point. We humiliated them. They initiated the war, though. We will lose our humiliation or our other thing if we side in here. I think that we probably don't do anything here. The fact that they're paying out war reps to us already probably makes things hard enough anyways for them. No one can side against us that is particularly obnoxious. This will kick us up over 25. I think that's fine. Kind of a temporary. It's -1 setback. We kind of don't like that. Warsawa gets minus manufacturing. We'll do this. This is net even. We low roll. Sad. We don't get any setbacks though, so that's going to be good. Persia sides with Egypt. I think we're still fine with this. Now, guys, Great Qing lost their malice. They have widespread opium addiction for another 5 years here. So I think we'll want to beat them up again. This time, I'm not sure exactly what we want to take. Maybe Shaanxi and these two states. Maybe just those two states. We're already at a pretty high infamy count, but just reset the war reparations. 25 months left though, so maybe we take a full big state. We have really bad infamy decay because our ruler sucks balls. Shout out to him. We don't want to liberate any subjects, so we give him a lot of reasons to back down here. Is law passing easier? It's more polarized now. It's often either a lot easier or a lot harder. Is emergency relief good now? It is good when you are experiencing a when you're experiencing a harvest condition. You can also only be applied over a harvest condition. It gives quite a bit of mappy. In particular, we're applying it at the epicenter of the harvest condition. I think that always applying it at the epicenter of the harvest condition when it's negative is probably okay. But we're also applying it where we have a little bit more economic activity. To be honest, right now our authority is not too terribly valuable. Because we can't really get a lot from consumption taxes here. I guess we could get a little bit, but it's going to be coming on up. So far, having a float for a little bit faster law passing might just be a little bit more valuable for us, so... Sounds like that F1 is happening out there. Yeah, we do live in the middle of the racetrack. So it do be like that. So do I understand this correct? When you privatize, they use the money from the investment pool? Yes. Sikh Empire when? I don't know if we're going to do the Sikh Empire because we're already have a run going for India. And we have a lot of other runs on the table. So we want to get done. Lathes, nice. So that'll decrease our Atmo engine progress, or increase our progress. We weren't watching that as closely as we should have been. But it's okay, because the situation was good. The idea is we want to make sure we don't go over 1,000 research on Atmo engine where we're researching it ahead of time like that, but it turned out okay. We'll import from Prussia, we have a trade agreement with them. Bolivia backs down, perfect. Adding another person to our block, yikes. We'll go food standardization 1. We thought about this kind of extensively. I think we're going to go food standard 1 into... We have 10 block members, so we can have one more mandate. So I think we'll go to food standard 1 into some of this. Into construction 1, into replacing this with something else. I don't know what we're going to do for our third mandate yet. We could do research. I think we want to do colonial offices, though. Kind of at some point, so... You know, maybe taking Beijing's actually not even that good right now. Ural has no pops. Let's actually hit that with a, greener grass decree. We have to remember that we don't want to push at all the wood, but we can push the inputs for it. And then we do want to put encourage manufacturing in the capital. Oh, it's already there. Rip. Encouraging nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Let's do some of that. Nice. We must have gotten to the plus 50 mark. Yeah, which changed attitudes, which changed how they felt. Alt F4, true. Have you thought of an Austria run with a new society system and whatnot? We have an Austria run coming up. Do you prefer starting out as great power or smaller country? Used to prefer kind of smaller countries, but now we kind of just like bigger ones, yeah. I think this is the army from China. And we'll send them because the 5 stack is more than enough to deal with that. Are you telling me we cannot assign to a front? Horrible. Alright. Let's come in here and swap all this over. We have no coal, so we'll have to import it initially. Yeah. I don't think we need import prioritization, but we're going to import it from these two. How's our attitude with the UK going? We've slowly been improving relations. We're about to bridge plus 20 relations, at which point they can't rival us anymore, so we're kind of well on our way to resetting that. Oh, I guess we should have started through the Great Game journal entry, like, we don't have the Great Game off to the side because we didn't start through the Great Game thing in the UI at game start. I kind of hate that. I wish it always had, like, the Great Game going, but I think it's going in the background, it just visually isn't. I can't remember how they sorted that out. We could go for mech tools. That would maybe be reasonable. A little bit behind on the tech. Would love to catch up. Maybe we go vassalization too. We notice we're below kind of the cohesion threshold. It's still like construction 1 though. There's something I wanted to check, but I'm completely blanking on what it is I wanted to check. We're passing free trade. God, I feel so lost. Alright, no, we're researching. Yeah, okay. I wanted to check what New Russia Limited company required in terms of technology. That's what I wanted to check. New Russia Limited, of course a very strong company, requires Bessemer process. So I think we might do Bessemer into... It's tempting to do Bessemer into that. We could also just wait and see what we're not spreading. Let's go mechanical tools and see what we're not spreading in production tech. We're not spreading mechanical tools, so I think we'll actually do Bessemer into company slot in that case. We probably don't need... Actually, let's do water tube into Bessemer into company slot. Boop, boop. As one does. How many achievements have you done? I don't know, like 50, 60%. Grey Goose, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Kind of just don't really care too much about achievements. I have like 2,000 hours of me playing the game uploaded online, or like 1,000, something like this. Achievements feel like a thing where you can like point to this and be like, I did that, or like some sort of indication of skill. But when my skill is like, or something like this is so public anyways, it doesn't really push the needle anymore. And also, just generally speaking, people seem much less interested in achievement runs or going for achievements than they do like other novel stuff, so I don't really go for achievements too often. Hey Kiko, how's it going? How you be? How much reinvestment are we getting? Pretty good amount. Looks like it's not really constructing buildings, it's just buying up a lot of these buildings. We maybe actually could pass legal guardianship, to be honest. A lot of our pops like it. France is offering us an obligation for a mutual protection agreement. So, we have maybe an interesting kind of decision point here. Because, well, I think actually we would end up building more in their country than they would build in us. If they end up building a lot in us, so there is the new diplomatic, or it's not new, but now it's a reasonable price, for forced privatization, which just costs like 5 infamy only. And so I'm considering accepting this, even though I think it's bad, with the idea that we force privatize versus France later. But we'll see if we can find this. We're not used to doing this, so... It's in Diplo demands, that's right. Okay, why does it cost 7 infamy? God damn, dude. I wish this tooltip was a locking one. This tooltip doesn't lock. Well, I think it's 7 just because we're both GPs. Do they have laissez-faire? No, they have interventionism. They usually put their stuff up for sale, though, so... Do they... change fishing, I think you meant to type? It feels better. I don't think they did. I guess I would have to take a closer look. Going fine, ate a samosa sandwich, because I had nothing else to eat. XG is in expected goals. Okay. Samosa. What is samosa? You look at it from the Diplo screen? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just 5 now. Let's also maybe see, are they rivaling? So they're rivaling the UK, so we also maybe have to make a choice between them and the UK. Expected fish, now we're talking. Do not continue the cursed USA run. Is that poll still up here? Let's end the poll. Apologies. God, it feels super bad, but I want to test. It's also better for us if our guys construct in our own country. I think. I want to test. I think this is bad, but I want to test. They also can't side against us because we have obligation now. $18 on that. What happened to the cursed USA run? Kind of a little bit of failure to launch. We had a little bit of a bad time, but I'm thinking that we're kind of gonna feel like we're having a bad time with most starts now. Trying to solve our significant bureaucracy problem. We could take a look at... Oop, what was that? That was our war finishing. Try and liberate Hungary. I think we would want to declare our own war if we were going to do that. Let's take a look at the company in Moscow. How's it doing? Okay, so far no additional reinvestment has occurred in wood, although we're still kind of getting going. Not like this. Okay. We're trying to fail this specifically, right? There we go. Let's crush the revolt. Oh, we wanted Ortajuge to be part of that, didn't we? Oh well. Not too big a deal. Actually, we could reload. We could give them... We can manipulate them so they're upset too, and then we get the full annexation, right? This probably just reload and get the good thing. Monarchy USA, yeah, we were going fascist, and then... The horrible borders and the obsession for Carthage is expected in the generalist gaming experience, yeah. If you're not down with Carthage, you can just leave. Generalist gaming is washed, basically. We peaked in high school, boys. Fine, it's kind of fine. But then we get to see this loading screen. It will annex all afterwards anyways. Not like this. Wait, only part of them joined the rebels? Alright, let's just impose something on Ortajuge. Oh, they're not even... Whatever. Okay. Okay. Let's consolidate a little bit, these armies. I assume I don't need to put in any more war goals for this event, and we'll just annex them at the end. Is this, could this be? Could it be? Say it's so. Logging camp is Manor House owned. Damn it. Not owned by the company. Company still at 5 ownership. We're going water tube into Russian Limited Company, basically. You need it as the revolt, no matter if they join us or against us. Damn, who gave the gamer a shower? Man. We did it all by ourselves. So good. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to do about this. I actually think I maybe like that. If the government buildings can't deploy up, this makes going after Chinese states a lot worse, which I think is probably, it should be worse. I think administrating this should be hard, and so I think that this is maybe a good sort of thing. Means we'll have to rethink what's meta and this type of stuff. We'll do that. Although maybe we're supposed to try and push it through as quickly as possible, because if this guy dies, then we're pretty screwed. We're just choosing the one that's not giving us negative armed forces approval. I'm probably not reading it as closely as I should have. Beijing is not the play anymore. It might not be. It might just be these two states and war reps. I still think you kind of want to fight China, like, high key. They should put a stop to it. I almost clicked let them fight. We do not want our market liberal dying in the first act. Wait, did I just, like, zero brain that? I just zero brained that. Right? I zero brained that. I just gave them everything they wanted. It's been a while. We didn't sleep that much, chat. I just zero brained that. I just, like, capitulated, right? That's what I just did. Yeah. And deck for Primorier, Amur yourself, yeah. That's what I did, right? Or did I not do that and then reload for nothing? Yeah, okay. So used to being the offense in the war that, like, in my head we're just always on the particular side. Like, left versus right. I'm just like, that'll show them. We put down that rebellion, except we just... we just gave up to it. Are we actually having trouble employing up these bureaucracy centers? Because it feels like we're just building infinite. We're just actually having trouble employing them. We need to stop building these. Fascinating. They did make qualifications worse, so... Zero employment there, zero employment Tula. How very interesting. Okay, so... We're gonna build one here, because it says they have qual, one here, because it says they have quals. Although I don't trust that tooltip, so... One in Russian cars, because it says they have... And then... We're going to build another 10 unis that aren't going to work or do anything, because they need more quals. Okay. Interesting. Is the government jobs too bad to buff? No. We're just having a... They've changed qualifications. I promote social mobility in a lot of your country and had plenty of government employment. Yeah. That makes sense. I didn't realize that we would have to do this to get things to employ. So Tula, Yaroslav, Kharkov, we're going to promote social mobility. And I think this will solve this problem. But if it doesn't... Let's do this as well. My kingdom for stream elements, tell me who beeped. The silent steps, yeah, step down. Oh, interesting. So this event's been changed. Minus radicalism for a whole bunch of things. We're gonna drive further into the steps though. And then this will have no progress until we build a port. So this should help this. But this also means, I think we're just going to be trying to build in Tula. And also Yaroslav. For now, because that's where we have social mobility decrees. Privately owned buildings should try and upgrade their own profitable production methods when it's profitable. Yeah, just... The thing is if the AI is bad at evaluating that, it would actually be incredibly frustrating. The Atmo engine, the thing in Tula doesn't have Atmo engine? Let's check. Should be okay. So, private queue. Are you a company? No, you're Manor House. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Hey! We have 9 levels all over the place now. We have a little bit in France as well. Have they acquired any of our stuff? They have 0 building levels from us. We have some from them. We're trying to pull them in. Who's this? Monty. Okay. It's like, that is not the Ottomans with us giving like plus 150 or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, this seems to already be improving quite quickly here. Just with those decrees. So we can get an alliance with Prussia. I think there's no penalty for accepting an opportunity and then not doing it. So we can get this if we want. Let's see who they're rivaling. I think we want North German Fed. Vic 3 is not there yet. Not where yet? Goalies in Hawk Tula. Shouldn't the AI be perfect at evaluating it? Well, the AI actually has a randomness. The AI is actually better if you... There's a randomness factor in the AI where they choose to build. And if you turn it off, the AI builds a lot smaller. They spam logging, which they should. So you can actually just turn down the randomness factor by quite a lot. Hey Dragon, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. The AI is a lot smarter than you think. We're maybe going to add these here because we have the edicts here, and we're going to try and have these places support the rest of our nation in terms of bureaucracy. At least at this opener here. This is going to make education feel a lot more important, though. We have 13 weeks till we have to make a choice here. I think we're still going construction 1, but... do something like that. End of the corn laws. Let the grain trade begin. Oh, this is actually such a nice event now, because there's... It used to be you have like the abdication to like be able to force a whole shitload of loyalists, and then they took that away. So I like the investment pool having control even if they mess things up. Yeah. I like an economy system where you can't build any non-government buildings. Didn't know about the randomness thing? Yeah, so the AI, the AI is much more intelligent if you just turn off it being random. Why is the capital in Kharkiv, though? We wanted to put it on a mappy river with iron, and Kharkiv is kind of like the best state for this. We wanted it to have the mappy river bonus. We wanted it to be... have a decent amount of iron, not necessarily the highest amount, but also have a really high arable land count. So as the capital city, we could populate it more, because there's a soft cap where you start encountering a malus in terms of population and population attraction, and it's 250k, I think, times the amount of arable land in total. And so we wanted someplace with a bit more arable land. I think there's only 50 arable land total in St. Petersburg. Yeah. The end of the corn laws got significantly nerfed, I think. Was it? I mean, 10% loyalists for laborers and peasants is pretty nice. In that they fixed the bug where the recurring coin laws loyalist event not firing. This is a lot of cheddar. Yeah, that's a lot of cheddar. I wonder if it's worth... You know, it'd be really cute if it would be worth going on to mercantilism from protectionism just to try and pass corn laws. Or just try to get the corn laws event. That would be very cute if that was, like, worth... Super kawaii. Well, we could go religious schools. Immediately. Look, us not being able to employ stuff up is pretty rough. We don't like religious schools, though. But maybe it's just good for us for now. We could also go some type of voting system or attempt to. The fact that the Gentry Assembly is not that pissed will make that easier. a shame the market liberal somehow doesn't get along with the Intelligentsia guy. I mean, religious schools are cheaper on the bureaucracy as well. They're proportionate to the bureaucracy costs. They give you just as much education access as public schools. Public schools just, they also give conversion, which if we are on state religion is actually nice. Make damn women breed, basically, in-game. Journalists, I do not understand how bolstering the political movement works. I did it utilitarian and it barely moves in relevancy. I think it moves. I think it moves the things quite a lot in general. It might move some movements a lot less than others. I think if some movements aren't as generally attractive, which maybe the utilitarian movement's not, then it doesn't move it very much. The utilitarian movement specifically, you can check what groups it influences, and maybe those groups just don't have a lot of clout at all. I went religious schools because going public schools seemed impossible. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking at this point. It feels bad because it makes it harder to go pub schools later, but man, I really would like to not have to use edicts to get qualifications going. Qualifications being significant, or like, this was not a problem last batch, and so it does seem to be a thing. You need them in second tier to convert them. You can't convert them when they're hostile, okay? I think you could always convert. You just can't assimilate. Oh, nope, you're right. They do need to get at least plus 25 to convert them. I take it all back. Does total separation allow conversion? Nope, they all require it. Also, I think the first level is going to be significantly more useful than the... If the first level allows us to employ up a bunch of government buildings and stuff, this is going to be a significant point. You can't convert it in the Bado tier. Not like this. They call them the Bado tier. So let's do that. Let's also build up a single government or a single union here. Also, if we go on religious schools, maybe we can pass something that they dislike afterwards. Easier. You need cultural exclusion to state religion in a multi-ethnic empire now? Interesting. Would it be worth Russia's public schools tech then? The tech's not the problem. The overall, like, political situation of Russia is kind of the problem. They really changed the game from bottom to top? Yeah. Well, like, quals have been too easy to get. Like, they've not been something you care about ever at any point in time. Level 1 religious schools is hardly the end of the world. No, I think it'll be good. I think we just keep it on level 1, but that it'll be good. But you know what's very interesting is, as you are more inclined to go religious schools, as you're more inclined to go religious schools, it becomes more attractive for you to go advanced research, because this minus bureaucracy cost of education, I think it stacks additively, and so if you have minus 50% cost here and minus 20% cost there, it's minus 70% cost of the schools, which is kind of cute. Let's turn on our PMs before we forget. But then it will stick in the these guys a little bit more. But to be fair, their bonuses aren't like terrible. But okay, we're thinking of what we want to do on the mandate. Pretty sure it's construction 1 for us here, boys. But especially if we're gonna run turmoil, although I don't think we're hitting the turmoil range. Maybe us actually also increasing government wages would be a significant boon to being able to employ these buildings up. As that is our problem right now. I don't think it would be effective. I like playing Greece a lot. Yeah. What law combo makes for the best conversion assimilation rate? I.e. if I'm Greece retaking Turkish provinces. Well, if you want to assimilate them, you can't accept everyone, so you don't go multiculturalism at the very least. But I think that in order to assimilate, rather than just convert, in order to assimilate, you need to share a heritage background, is my understanding. And Greeks aren't going to share a heritage background with people from the Middle East, unless I am mistaken. So you're going to need to somehow figure out ways to create cultural communities for Sephardim, because they have both European heritage and Middle Eastern heritage, and then you can bridge the gap by converting like Turks to Sephardim, and then converting Sephardim to Greek. The devs watched your streams to fix all the cheesier meta plays. They did. And now we gotta figure new stuff out. They even said that they were doing this. I also talked to some of them about fixing stuff and what should be fixed specifically. Japan has crazy qualifications. You get up to 95% literacy after the first 30 years. Yeah. Pretty interesting. What combo makes... Yeah. So I'm not sure if you can assimilate as much as you would like, so it's possible that you should just plan on going multiculturalism if you're going to have that level of discrimination, or just discriminate and just vibe. I miss the early meta of endless depth spending for construction. Yeah, that's no longer a thing. GDP used to be so much higher back then. We don't have a big enough sample size here, but it snowballs, so you being not able to reach this bracket is pretty significant. I don't know if we maybe could push that bracket. We're coming down in turmoil, but I think that like an additional 2.5 for minimum expected for lower strata is just, I think that's just too much to overcome. Making our minimum expected for lower strata 11.9. Minus cost education would be huge on China. Yeah, so if you did private schools on China, maybe that would be good. Because stacking up to minus 90%. Ethno states don't assimilate, basically. You telling me the 1.8 meta for solving Islamophobia is to turn them all Jewish? That is exactly what I'm telling them. That seems like something that might offend someone. You know what's also really funny? The best culture is Jewish, and the best religion is Jewish. Like, in my opinion, kind of unambiguously. For both. Or you can convert to Islam, mashallah. They made multiculturalism even stronger. Assimilation is almost impossible now. Multiculturalism is not stronger. The biggest thing that multiculturalism unlocked for you was migration. You never cared as much about the discrimination as much as the fact that you opened up migration. Migration now, if you have open borders, everyone can come. So I didn't play aggressive at all as Japan need to run, but I'm considering if it's worth it to just vassalize a lot when you're a stable minor major power and go with sovereign power. Well, I think sovereign empire is unambiguously the strongest. Minus 50%, 5% mortality is more busted than what? The best revenge be like, yeah, mashallah, yeah. Oy vey, yeah. So Do you think LF is still top tier with the company changes, or is interventionism better? I think LF is probably even better. The company changes have zigzagged a little bit. They were really anemic. Now they've buffed them. I don't know how much they've buffed them. And the answer to that question, depending on what that answer is, companies could potentially get even stronger, or they could be weaker. I don't really know. But very importantly for companies, every company, even the agrarian-oriented ones, is owned by capitalists. And so the fact that companies are owned by capitalists is really, really significant in that your companies, you can't go agrarian companies and then juice them with agrarianism. You can only juice them with laissez-faire. So if companies are at all good, then that'll be the case. We have been watching. We started off when we put in our wood company initially. 5 out of 129 of our logging camps were non-company owned. Now it's 9 out of 148. So the ratio is improving for the company at a decent clip. And once it passes like maybe the 40% threshold, then the company will be stronger than the company was before. Because the throughput bonus is much bigger. And so, yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to shake out exactly. I think that one of the things is that the companies, getting companies early seems more important because they snowball. And if you slot in a company late, it's going to be so hard for them to catch up to that 40% market share. But this is going to require more testing. So if multiculturalism isn't necessary for immigration, would the higher authority laws be better? I think that there's a decent chance that... actually, I think literally any of these laws, any of these three can be possibly meta. The thing that we are kind of a little bit concerned about, or a little bit thinking about, is that it seems really hard to employ up in government buildings, and the meta might revolve around employing up in government buildings overseas, and so like this. I think that the Forbidden City is really strong. I think that 20 legitimacy is absolutely worth like having a particular law change, and so I think that the Forbidden City actually might warp the metagame enough that you need to get this plus 20 acceptance from culture, and then, go total separation, and we're doing this because of the Forbidden City, go total separation, and then you also get the plus 5, the plus 10 from this being a homeland for Han, so this allows Han to get over 40 so that they can employ up in government buildings. Because you need to get them to, we could double check the law, but getting them to open prejudice above the 40 threshold, allowing them to work in buildings, government buildings. We could double check which laws do this, but for example, national supremacy, taking a look here, does not allow work for cultural erasure. Racial segregation does not allow work for cultural erasure. So if they don't allow work for cultural erasure, you won't be able to employ up at all. And this is only violent hostility. So I think meta might actually be cultural exclusion here. But this is only giving you 50 authority. So the question is do you prefer the overall profile here, where you are giving political strength to full acceptance status, minusing it from violent hostility status, you're assimilating, or let's find the wages. You're giving a little extra wages for full acceptance and minus wages for these other guys, which creates play patterns where you can kind of be more extractive with some of your economy that you've taken in foreign areas, where you're going to have a lot of resources. The margins are going to be a bit better. Can you only subsidize the company buildings? I think you can subsidize everything. But, feels hard to create companies when you need 5+ buildings to form a company, but you sell them off quickly in LF. They hotfix this. Now if you're on LF, it will be able to select buildings that are privately owned. I bet the company changes make the construction mandate company a lot better now. So the construction company... Oh, wait. Construction... You're talking about the... I'm kind of bearish on that. You mean the United Construction Conglomerate? Construction sector throughput? I'm kind of... If we had the choice between this and New Russia Limited, we would slot in New Russia Limited. The thing is this locks you in on... I think your companies, you do not want to change companies because then you have to start over in the market share acquisition phase of companies. And I think that having to start over is kind of bad. So... I'm not sure I like using this company. I mean, the company changes, let's see. What's the biggest difference between free and paid DLC on this one? So I'm maybe not the guy to ask, because I've only played on the full version. But my understanding is that it's almost exclusively just locking a bunch of India content. And so if you're not interested in the Indian content, you maybe don't need the patch. But also if you want to support continued development in the game, even if you aren't interested in the India content, you should still consider buying the DLC. Because they are making the free patches basically have all the content now. Part of why they are doing this is to improve the long-term health of the game. One of the consequences of them doing this is that it's going to be harder for them to generate revenue. If they can't generate revenue, then this is going to make it so that they can't continue development of the game. And so if they are going to make a sort of good faith sort of demonstration where they're putting most of their work into free updates, then I think that the player base, if they are enjoying the game and playing a lot of the game, even if they have a DLC that they don't think is going to be one that they get their like money's worth out of, they should still consider buying the DLC, is kind of my opinion. The throughput's not super valuable in construction sectors because most of the cost of the construction sector is in the goods rather than the wages. It is somewhat of a factor, but you're only getting... The discount on wages is effectively how you're getting free value. It's not as good as 10% or 5% state construction efficiency. It's not as good as the base steel company bonus, but the additional industries might make it better. Do you have a Steam link? I do not have a Steam link. I'm in the buy it on sale camp. I'm fine waiting on this one. Yeah, that's fine too. I think buy it on sale makes a lot of sense. I think also a pre-sale makes a lot of sense if you want to signal investors and that type of stuff early. If you want your money to talk like as quickly and as effectively as possible, then pre-sale's like optimal. I think with the construction mandate company, you lost it if you dropped the mandate anyways. You always had to commit to it. It's just not more worth it to do. I'm not sure I like that. Did we not slot in? We didn't slot this in. We got distracted. Is it good now to go ethno-state Japan because you can still assimilate Han and Korean pops because of heritage? So I think Japan and China specifically might want to go national supremacy. Yeah. I don't know if you want to go the full shebang. I think you want to get people out of the very bottom tier, but I'm not really sure. You might be okay with it. Go construction one. And then, is the university kind of employing up? Kinda. And then that'll give us qualifications as well. I guess we're going to actually build universities for qualifications here in a couple spots as well. We're just going to slap down universities in our couple places where we know we have a ton of resources. Um, so Ural, Kherson, Kursk, Warzawa. Then we'll do this and this. Something like that. Let's check the company. If the company is employing up kind of alright. Maybe we will build one university, or Moscow already has unis. Okay, they should be fine. You could go ethno-state freedom of conscience. You have to get the plus 20. The thing is, yeah, specifically with Chinese and Japanese, they don't, this is asymmetric for them because China specifically, if you're playing China, you can get Chinese pops into almost any other province at some point anyway. And if you can seed Chinese pops there, then you can convert them religiously. And if you convert them religiously, oh, but it does require them being out of the worst kind of spot. You can't convert them if they are in the most highly discriminated slot. So I think that they have plus 10 from Homeland, right? So the plus 10 from Homeland under ethno-state, you will never be able to get them above the second tier, but national supremacy you can. So you can, on China, you can do something like, you know, conquer Transvaal on national supremacy, and then you can convert them, and then when you convert them, you get them above, you get them to open prejudice. Because they are getting plus 10 from Homeland, plus 20 from base from national supremacy, and then plus 25. So they're at 50. So you can get them to open prejudice. But under ethno-state, they'll be stuck in violent hostility. And so the question is when you go conquering and you go in other territories, do you want them on violent hostility? And I think because they can't deploy up in government buildings, the answer is kind of no. But I'm not really sure. And if you want to go fascist Japan, do the event chain, so need ethno-state? I'm not sure. It's been a really long time since I did the fascism event chain, and I think they actually changed it since I've done it. So, was there a good video on how to kind of know what you're supposed to build before running out of a queue? I always seem to the port of equilibrium after I finish building all available chop chop. When in doubt, build chop chop. I mean, we have a video where we go over the efficiency of all the different industries, and that's maybe kind of what you would want to look at. Movements seem underpowered. I think they seem kind of strong, but they're... I know you can kneecap them really hard by going high-level secret police and basically make them disappear. Cultural status shall not be named, basically. Companies should get monopoly rights, I agree. Or I think that they should have, as they acquire larger and larger market share, they should actually have negative effects from having monopolies. I don't think that's what you're talking about. You think only they should be able to build it? I don't know about that. We're acquiring market share at a decent clip, though, with this. So... trying to set up us actually being able to recruit up buildings here is a bit interesting. We haven't really gone through this with Russia before. I don't think we want minus throughput, so we're going to do this one. We're still trying to employ up. I think I can. Yeah, this is actually a significant... This patch really kind of kicks Russia in the nuts a little bit, doesn't it? If qualifications actually matter, the fact that you start in the lower literacy bracket really sucks hard. Especially because it's not like we can acquire French who are more literate and then employ them up in our government buildings because of discrimination reasons. Most movements stay marginalized and rarely reach more than 10% support. You rarely see new movements form. Well, they are splitting a pie of 100 relevancy, so you can't simultaneously get more movements and also get more powerful movements, right? So if your complaint is that there aren't more movements popping up, and there needs to be like one complaint or the other, or it could be out of a number other than 100%. Does it mean that resettlement colonization is now the best, so you can get your own pops to migrate? I think it was the best before, but that's an interesting point. It's probably pretty good for that reason. Japan is impossible to play in this update. You never get enough money for construction sectors. It's a pain to industrialize now. Yeah, Japan, interestingly, suffers from a little bit of a problem that we suffer from, which is, like, I think they don't start on state religion, but extra wages from state religion pops. Do they start on this one? They, in particular, have to pay more for wages because they start out on national supremacy. And everything's in the high acceptance bracket, so plus 20% on the gov wages is kind of painful when combined with, like, bureaucracy considerations. I think Japan is going to be very, very critical that you reduce government wages at the start. Yeah. Ever since I started watching your content, I always laugh when I hear kneecap them. It's just so fitting. Basically. Take away their knees. We do want to go after Qing here. Before they lose. Oh, they already lost the Malice. No. They probably still don't have line infantry though. So we could probably fight them relatively well still. So we could go for something like Lib Manchuria. And take Shaanxi. I think we'll still be able to fight them because they're still online, but I think it's maybe close. No one will be able to join in here. If we... Great Britain's no longer interested in joining anyway. We actually forgot to do a bunch of trade with them. Let's actually try and export our wood to everyone. By everyone, I mean not everyone, but a lot of people. Alternatively, we could go for Fujian. I think I like going for Shaanxi, them not being able to add very many people to the war. And then us being able to get war reparations, because that's kind of what we want to be in here for. War reparations and liberate Manchuria, and then we can eat Manchuria ourselves 5 years later. But is Shaanxi going to be useful for us for a very long time? No. And what would be useful is us actually acquiring more people in our blocks. So we maybe are actually just supposed to go for the South America meta. I feel like I'm kicked in the nuts no matter what country I select this patch. Well, then that's good. Select Great Britain, though. Great Britain is, yeah. You could have taken the Opium Wars for the Brits. Opium Wars are bugged, don't trigger China loss. Well, I think there's a little bit of a confounding variable because the British never got a treaty port on China. So, do the tech bonuses reducing infamy against unrecognized powers work for unrecognized versus unrex? Yes. So, see, the thing is, we can fight China right now. Yeah, I think I like actually just living Manchuria and taking war reps off China. Or should we just take the states? The states are so freaking cheap. And they have gold already. So maybe we take this state, liberate Manchuria, get war reparations. Okay, I like this. Because they already have gold, so let's do that. And then, war reparations made primary. And liberate Manchuria. Oh, we can't liberate Manchuria and take that? That's not the capital of Manchuria, though. That really bricks liberating Manchuria? What are we supposed to do? Alright, maybe we're just supposed to return state our thing, liberate Manchuria, war reparations, another liberation like Yunnan. Maybe they back down to it, maybe they don't. We just look to kind of recycle our war reparations. Mongolia, we actually want to leave them with Mongolia because they don't incorporate it. And this decreases the price, infamy-wise, of going after them later. Subjugating all of China. Which is maybe a reason to not take back use our return state CB, so maybe we just liberate Manchuria as our primary war goal. With this targets, this gives more opportunities for other guys to side in. I guess maybe we're okay with that. And then... liberate Korea. The China army will just... put there on the front. Something like this should be okay. Gonna need to recruit new generals and stuff. And then... Qingjira. If they don't have this incorporated, we're gonna leave it. Oh, I think we need it for a journal entry, don't we? Hey, these guys finished colonizing. Nice. But I think we put in liberate UA and liberate another one, and then they're likely to back down to us. I guess Shaanxi is the other one we want to live? Or Yunnan and, because we already lived UA. And if they back down to this, we're okay with that. Just freeing Manchuria, getting war reparations. And then we go on our pretty way, generating more mandate by subjugating powers in South America. Sure. Embassies for everyone. You get an embassy, you get an embassy, everyone gets an embassy. Unless we want to directly go after you later, which it turns out might be kind of a lot of these. Is state religion recommended for Japan before you've enacted Shintoism? I think it's probably bad for Japan because you're pushing up wages. But don't they give positive approval or something? Let's double check what state religion does exactly, more precisely. The acceptance for state religion is not going to do anything for you. So it pushes up wages. I think it's probably bad. Isn't there some reason for Chinese capital in Manchuria? Then maybe you can't liberate it? No. It's, I don't know why we couldn't, because Manchuria's capital's not here, I don't think. If the country you're trying to liberate capital isn't in there, you can't do it. But maybe you can't target one state that's part of your liberation play. I don't really know. How are we doing on generating some of this stuff? Send the Central Asians to deal with the Central Asians. Let's take a look at our liberal movement. Maybe if these guys are getting pressured, we should actually roll, try and roll a certain amount of generals now, because we can't use them for like 10 years. Maybe this is too deep in the tank, and we are running a bureaucracy deficit currently. Back down? 95? Nope. Us not getting there in time is actually a little bit of a problem. Wow, we just really got occupied double instantly. They want their capital back, bros. Fortunately, it's really easy to reland your own thing. We're gonna need to get some guys on defensive. Yep, they're still on. I thought this guy has artillery commander. Why can't we use barrage? Does it require us having a certain percentage artillery? It might. That would make sense, actually. Authoritarian? Yikes. Let's have you pillage, bro. Southern Anhui is where their capital almost always goes. Just formed India but couldn't annex the rest of the princely states since they require lapse annex, but the option is not available on India. Pain. Wait, what? How's increased wage related to wealth level? Like getting extra education access thanks to wealth could be worth it? So there's like 2 laws that increase education access, or sorry, 2 texts. that effectively give you two levels of public schools. There's academia and empiricism. To be fair, maybe this is a reason for us to research empiricism, but wealth-based... Sorry, you guys probably can't read that because my cam probably covers it. The wealth-based education access. That's maybe a decent shout for us to research next. I think we kind of do want to get railways, because you kind of feel like you got caught with your pants down when you need railways and you can't use them. But... I wonder if that guy... We didn't even check his ideology. Authoritarian, yikes. Oh, God damn it. I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to do the discriminatory option. I'm Armenian, by the way, so this is like... Oh, no. Not like this. We get a little bit of a mass migration. Crazy that we're like... We can get mass migrations in our current state of affairs. Are they pushing us out? They might be pushing us out here. That's fine, we'll just reland if they do. Yeah, I think this sends us on our way, sends us packing. Somehow it doesn't. Because the next one for sure sends us packing now. But the thing is, they never... I think they actually have to defend the, like, on top of your thing here. So, like, you just always get in. I guess we do have to wait a little bit, but... These guys are... changing up which front they're traveling to. To be fair, we're actually not doing too well this war. Maybe we need to actually even conscript up. I think we're fine, but... The thing is whatever number, the pushing whatever number, it favors the size of the army, the advantage on the front, but disfavors technology. We have a technology advantage, so if something's at 0, that means we're pushing, because they have a lot more troops if we have better technology. Armenia run 1? We did an Armenia run once. Armenia ethno-state time. Yo, journalists, have you seen wage in your building is making 5k in profit? Weekly, still cash reserves can still go down. That's because it's taking from the cash reserves in order to maintain the balance of the building, in order to make it a little less volatile. So it's doing that to make the balance stay a little bit more consistent, and then it'll adjust. I think that's one of the adjustments that they made, so that buildings used to yo-yo hire and fire people, and it was really bad, and they've done a lot to fix that, and now you don't worry about it too much. I think that was one of the things that they did. Let's make a food industry and put it on auto expand here in the capital. And let's see if we have any food insecurity, and maybe we could try and solve that. We have a little bit of mild starvation. A little bit in Beijing. Okay. We will try building a food industry there and putting it on auto expand. And we will try building a fishing wharf and putting that on auto expand. Wheat farm, unfortunately, will cause people to get unemployed, so we're not going to build that. Extreme winds in the North Caucasus. Not like this. Yeah, I think that the harvest conditions... Ooh, flood, actually. Flood is by far the worst one, I think. So let's use our decree on Crimea. Well, Crimea's got less economic activity than some of our other spots. Maybe that's not so good. Alright. The increased education access is going to be nice. I don't think we want to add more institutions. I think we have a bureaucracy problem. But I think now we could go freedom of conscience a little bit easier. I guess not. We could go cultural exclusion a little easier. Racial segregation has less setback chance. I think that we're kind of relying on not having... What does the liberal movement do in all their stuff? Yeah, they don't care about the discrimination. To be fair, national supremacy might even just kind of be good for us here. We actively do want to move away from the religious stuff, but which movement is giving us this 2%? Kind of our question here. The Mahayana Confucian one. Do we even have the tech for per capita? The PB... Would we make more money? I kind of like the swap on the per capita taxation, because... And this is a play pattern we need to familiarize ourselves more with, but I think that... it's now not so bad to get onto prop tax. Because of the labor movement, and so this makes per capita tax much more attractive, and this looks kind of more attractive than some of the other stuff we're doing, and it actually helps us with the bureaucracy problem because we make the PB up happier, so this is also kind of nice. How do you play the Mughal Empire? I think you have to start out as these tiny guys here, and then you have some events. I think you got to do Hindustan. Do you think it's worth trying to lapse up princely states as EIC or leave them for authority? Probably leave them for authority. I don't know what happens when you do the form India thing. If you annex them when you form India, you don't want to waste any infamy on them. If you don't, then you maybe use the lapse on the ones that are going to be extremely expensive on the much bigger princes, and then the other ones you leave alone. Is Japan Shinto IG good now, especially after this patch? So maybe it's worth it for the state religion to get more approval, and they have bigger clout. I think that Shinto is not as good as their other religion. I'd have to take a look. Better Politics Mob is updated. We might be playing that next then. This has been very interesting on Russia, though, so far what we've been doing. Or not what we've been doing, what we've been experiencing as a result of... Looks like someone's gonna implode. UK be having problems. I have 99 problems and a wench be among them, says the UK. Do we want to be guaranteeing Belgium? Bulgaria is in our block now. I think playing super nice with Spain is going to be really good for us. I think we're going to try and pull them into our block. Wow, they have expensive wood? I got some good news for you, Spain. We're about to be the best trade partners ever. Ever. That's not profitable now, but once we have a trade agreement, it probably will be. So that's kind of why we're putting a couple of these in that are maybe not so good. Because the increased trade volume is going to make them much more likely to accept a trade agreement. We could probably swap around our government, but I think that we could we'll just play it slow. We could swap around our government in and out to probably get an acceptance from them, but it's not that big a deal. We're going to put a couple more government administrations where we are promoting social mobility. Oh no, wait, it's these ones. I guess we'll add one to Kursk as well. Because I think we could use them. I think we're still having employing problems, though. These guys have not been able to land for forever. Why, at this point, can you not land? Do we need to have the Oregon, the Navy as well? Well, we're almost pushed there. We have way too many guys there. We don't want to lose the bonus there. After this, I think we're supposed to deck on Ottomans for release Iraq, war reps, humiliate. Oh no, we want to actually... Sorry, apologies. Are any of these guys close? Not really. We're just locking in the infamy costs now. We won't deal with them for a while. Do these guys get unassigned from a front? No, they're boats. They are not men, but they are boats. Do you know how the migration restrictions mechanic works? There's no more restrictions on anything except for the laws that you have in the migration laws. So, does it only take into account the acceptance from a culture or also the religion? I think it kind of does both. So if you select a pop, you can see what their like discrimination is in your countries. So like if we look at Tartar, their Tartar acceptance is extraordinarily low. Yikes. The truth hurts. But I think the ones that are Orthodox are going to be accepted. I think you look at whatever this number is, I think. The number it says. When you, like, if we were to... You just click on them here, so... If we take a look here... 40 from heritage trait... Yeah, it might just be only culture, it doesn't include religion. Didn't put generals on attack, maybe? Generals need to be on offense in order to land? That's news to me. Didn't used to be like that. That could have been a change, though. That'll be interesting. That doesn't seem to be it. Alright, no one sides with them. Can't really add anything useful. Probably use these guys to land, actually. Did they back down? Yeah, they did. Nikita Kern, the authoritarian dies. Alright. Let's get extra enactment chance here. Death and taxes. That event is so spooky when you have a really good leader. So, kind of progressing along quite nicely here, it feels like. We can check the market share of our company at this point. So they're at 12 out of how many? Out of 159. They started at 5 out of 129. Now they're at 12 out of 159. So they're a little under 10%, and they started at under like 4%. So they've like doubled in market share percentage. If we were on cultural exclusion, would the Chinese be accepted enough to populate up here? They wouldn't, right? Unless we could convert their religion, which we can't without seeding pops there. Because if we got plus 30 on them, we would be able to bring them up, but we can't. But I think cultural exclusion, the second tier, is going to be allow work in buildings. So if we went cultural exclusion, we could turn on the Forbidden City. They also need max morale and max org. Oh, they need max morale too. Then it's the morale. Iron mines were sitting at 0, while it got off traditionalism, had decent economies of scale, lowered tools prices. But yeah, so cultural exclusion's maybe just gonna be the meta. Shinto Devout gives you authority, and you get if you get 20%, yeah, it's better than the original Japan bonuses. Well, what's the original bonuses? The original bonus is the same as the Qing's bonus on theirs, right? But Shinto doesn't get this. They get something else, right? They don't get the minus radicals. Although I don't know how good this modifier is. The minus from standard living is probably better than that one. I don't know. The before Shinto looked a lot worse is what I remember. Nice, nice, nice. It's nice because we are one step closer to New Russia Limited. We do have another thing. So at this point, we have two choices. We could either upgrade vassalization or upgrade food standardization. Vassalization has the benefit of moving us towards being able to generate this stuff faster. I think we'll go vassalization. It's going to give us a higher equilibrium here. It's going to trend us above 81, and we're going to generate mandate a little bit faster. To that end, Chile is upset with us, so let's improve relations with Chile. And maybe food would have been better. We'll do this. China will be in kind of bad shape after this. Well, they'll be in really bad shape after this. Oh, we gotta keep our construction queue going. I guess you also care about qualifications a lot more now, in terms of what you can build. We're gonna help to try and... I think fish is gonna be actually insane now, because it helps with food security. Which is like not like as much consideration before. They get the other first bonus, 15% conversion, so it helps to boost acceptance. So I think conversion's still probably not very good. I think I would rather have the 5% less authority and the minus radicals from political movements than plus 5% authority and the thing. I think Shinto's better than it was before, though. Relatively speaking. So, there goes our war reps. Watch them as they go. And then we could open with Humiliate. And go for war reparations as well on the Ottomans. And we're just kind of getting into the swing of these things. I guess we should have opened with maybe Liberate Iraq. Yeah, we should have opened with Liberate Iraq. That's fine though. We can make it all primary. It's like, what are you gonna do, bro? Back down? We'll just send everyone. Red Rover send the whole team right over. I wonder if transfer Egypt is any good. I think they already got independence, but I guess we'll liberate Wallachia. Mass conscription now gets plus 100% training rate. Interesting. I feel like they've been working to make qualifications matter for a while now. Yeah, it's super cool to see them matter. I mean, like, to be fair, Russia is going to be, like, one of the lower literacies possible here. I think we probably still have buildings that are not fully employed, though. Because we've been watching this come up, so... Yeah, these are still not fully employed. Neither are the universities. So otherwise we would add to them, but... We're going company. Also, I think that it's more critical to, like, get the companies early. That's an argument for maybe being a little bit more oriented towards the mandate for schooling. What's your ideology, bro? Kinda hate land reformers. Kinda hates them. Mutual investment degree rights. So why don't we check how our thing with France is doing? Has France constructed a single building in our country, or acquired in other ways? What's the best way for us to check? We could do this and take a look at the differential in size. So they own 1% of our GDP at this point, 9 buildings. And we own 1, 2, 3. We have a ton of subjects that own... Oh no, wait, this is our stuff that we own in our subjects. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We own 9 buildings of theirs. I mean, we could say yes just to test. I think it's probably bad. I mean, so far it seems relatively symmetric with us with France. It's not like they're buying more buildings on us. And if it doesn't get symmetric, then Q buildings, yeah. If it doesn't get more symmetric, then we can do the forced nationalization play on them at some point. I don't think we could do it if we have high relations, but we could always just damage relations or something like this. And I think we wanted to align ourselves with Prussia anyways and against Austria, so let's do that. Add a few construction sectors. We just put them in the back of the queue. It'll be fine because the back of the queue is barely. We'll keep the Intelligentsia in both of these groups. It does hurt their clout though. One of the logging camps in France is owned by your wood company. Does that logging camp get your throughput bonus? Yes. They get some of it, I believe. Let's double check, actually. Because we're saying yes, but we haven't actually checked. But yeah, we saw that one. Yeah, so they are benefiting from the throughput. So this means our foreign buildings in other countries is... This is something you would actively prefer doesn't happen, because at the very least... No, this is bad when this happens. Because the way it works is, if they build it in your own country, you're effectively getting the full throughput on the building that you built, the marginal building. Because even though the other owners are diluting it out, it's bringing up the other owners. But in this case, it's bringing up the ownership of these foreign countries. The flip side is, if other people are building in our country and they are using a company to build in our country, this also benefits. But this forestry, at the very least... Oh, they might have bought it, but if they built it, at the very least it was built with 90% extra construction. You have to count columns, not just the flag. We were trying to count the numbers. Did we mess up? So here's one level. So one level here. Or this is 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7, 8. 9. 10, 11. Can your company build in other countries or even buy buildings? It can do both, as far as we know. Companies can companies buy holdings from mandated or districts? No, they cannot. They can only add new buildings. So this means, like, in the late game, companies don't have a really good way to, like, acquire market share. So I think that in the late game you start transitioning from caring about what industries your company is to starting to care about just what the prosperity bonus on the company is, because you don't have enough time left in the game for yourself to really be able to generate a huge market share and leverage the throughput and the construction bonus, but you do have enough time to tick up to get your prosperity bonus. And so for your last 2 to 3 slots of companies, you probably only like really closely look at prosperity bonus, would be my guess, and you need to evaluate it differently. We are getting a little hungry, though. I think that after this Ottoman war, we are going to call it. We do need to keep things going. We're going to put all of our... mines on auto expand. I think that'll get the queue going. We're very importantly not going to put any of the wood on auto expand. We have to remember we can't build wood ourselves anymore. That's going to be kind of a hard ask. And then maybe we can build motor industries here as well. I think we have... on the urban centers, I think we're not using the PM that uses coal, and that's a really good PM. We were using it because we didn't have coal at the time. Don't have philosophy department still. Truth hurts. Who needs philosophy anyways? How do private investors decide whether to purchase building or new buildings as the profitability? Do they get encouraged to not construct since it's more expensive? They seem to care about construction efficiency. I don't know how exactly it works with companies though. I know how it works more or less with the manor houses and the other ones. Wow, is this really 2 fronts? Did they fix this finally? This used to just be 1 front. I mean, it kind of sucks that they fix it here when we like we have ourselves a war, or is it the Moldova front and the Dobruja front? It's Moldova and Dobruja. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do you think we could add something you could get buildings from Manor Financial District to company? I think they can. They just can't do that. They can't hotfix that type of thing. That's not going to be a near future type of thing. That's going to be like somewhere down the road. But I talked to the developers, and that's something they're interested in doing. Stop genociding my ancestors. Oh no. My bad. Our bad. I can't with the EIC. Either I don't get to 10 SOL or I go bankrupt after cutting all the taxes to get it. Going bankrupt's not that bad. Especially if the British own all your buildings. We're actually releasing a video on that, I think, later today. When the company has such a big bonus for construction, it maybe is cheaper to build than buy it. Someone could do the math. It would be cool to know, and then we would know what they prefer. Well, but what they prefer to do isn't always... how they make decisions. Like, for example, if a pop is making more working as a being unemployed, because they're getting whatever unemployment, they will still prefer to work, or they'll still work if it's possible for them to work over being unemployed. So it's a question of like how do they do it? They've like already recently updated like how the government the companies think though. Seems like we're kind of getting along quite nicely here. I mean, we're not like popping off or anything, but I was thinking it made like a real rational decision to just do what's more profitable. I mean, the companies are pretty good. Or sorry, the AI is like pretty good at understanding it. With before companies, the AI is pretty good at understanding it. I don't know what it is after companies, and I don't want to make any assumptions about how it's going to be, because then if you like in your head dismiss it operating a particular way, like you're cutting yourself off from being able to imagine it that way, and it might indeed work that way. I think we're going to go after Zulu, not because going after Zulu is better than going after Gaza, because it's not, but we're going after Zulu because maybe we'll leave that for next time deciding, or this type of thing. We did say we were going to go to the end of this Ottoman War, which we're now close at finishing, I think. I think that the more discriminatory one's the way to go. I assume they have checks in place to prevent people not searching for jobs from getting unemployment. Yeah. Or like the pop, even if the pop's better off, can behave in a different way other than what makes it best off. I'm not sure how expensive this war is relative to like how much we're getting from a bankroll. Like, was our total mobilization? We will get this 5K. Let's call it 5K because then the math's easier. So we'll get. Let's call it 5K over the course of 50 weeks. 5K. So that's what. 250K a year for 5 years. So 1.2 million. So if the war cost us 1.2 million or more, this is not worth it. Other than like we're creating situations in the future that are going to be profitable and good for us in this type of thing. I'm not sure. Actually save and load and see what it says the expense of the war has been for us. Yeah. 250K a year, roughly. It's also under 5K, but if we didn't live Iraq, the war reps would have been bigger, so there's that too. We could have played in a different way. Oh. Because I do think this, in the future, this, like, war repping and humiliating on cooldown is going to be really strong. Specifically, war repping and humiliating Russia. Russia is the easiest to enforce this on. It's basically free for you to enforce this. So the cost of the war for us... This is basically a wash. Although, to be fair, like, if it's a wash... So we are earning 60K on this war. And that's how we can think about it. Oh, stretching the legs here. We're earning 60K on the war. Yeah, you're right. 1,125,000 is earning actually less. So this money actually loses us a little bit of... this war loses us a little bit of money. I mean, they are humiliated and they can't join plays against us or start plays against us. That has non-zero value. Them living Iraq has non-zero value. Yeah. It means living Iraq for free. Yeah, and there's also... the Ottoman Empire being weaker, just in a nutshell, is probably good for us as well. But this isn't cheap enough for... if we had literally just humiliate and war reparations, this wouldn't be worth it. Also, a bunch of our pops dying is a consideration as well. This decreases our workforce ratio. Or when they're wounded, it decreases workforce ratio. When they're dead, it doesn't. So we also lost 69k pops, which is 10% of what our pop growth is, basically. Not a lot, but... anyways, this has been an interesting session. Cool to see the qualifications really freaking matter now. And the law passes to maybe be a little bit different than kind of how we would normally play this sorts of things. Qualifications being useless for a while has been like a kind of thing. The new meta is not war at all, just puppet easy stuff. Well, I mean, war, you can really easily get war reps off of Russia. I'm pretty sure we spent less on the war with Qing than we are receiving from Qing as well. I don't think we spent 3 times as much on the war with Qing, but maybe we did. But again, then we also have the advantage of we're freeing up guys too. What a nice number you lost, basically. But, like... if you do this to GPs, it allows you to keep down GPs really hard as well, which has value, because if other people are weaker, you're relatively to the rest of the world stronger. Anyways, I think we're gonna wrap it up. Let's see if we have anyone to raid. I'm really sleepy. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Tarkus is playing CK. Alright, let's read Tarkus.
It's working.
Sounds good. Not playing Vic 3 anymore. You guys can ask him why he's not playing Vic 3. That'll be nice. He was in chat a few days ago. So let's give him a raid. Hey Extremes. You caught us right as we're... oh no, wait, no. Yeah, you caught us right as we were on our way out. Why is it called Pivot of Empire? I know pivot diagram and... I don't know exactly. I'm sure they gave a reason. Here, we'll also give the YouTube the link to his thing. Connor's gonna start streaming. You guys can click on Connor's link as well. Or you guys can click on his thing. Anyways, bye-bye everyone. Have a good one.
I'm